Good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to go ahead and start our Mchcc meeting. Good afternoon. Thank you for you all being here, applicants, and also commissioners and staff for your time today. This is a public hearing. For each case, there will be a public hearing. We ask that the applicant keep their presentation to under 10 minutes. They may reserve 2 minutes as a rebuttal. We ask that the public keep their comments to 2 minutes unless they have previously requested in writing for 5 minutes as a representative of a group or organization. Pursuant to the provision of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, notice is hereby given that a final hearing before this commission is appealable to the Chancery Court of Davidson County or the Circuit Court of Davidson County, vis a statutory writ of certiorari. You are advised to seek your own independent legal counsel to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements are met. You should also seek independent legal advice regarding the applicability of the writ of certiorari to the specific decision of the Historic Zoning Commission. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. According to our agenda, our first item is the adoption of the minutes of June 16, 2021. Commissioners, are there any questions or is there a motion?
Madam Chairman, I move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Robin, do I need to say names or are you good? Okay. Vice Chair made the motion and Commissioner Price has made the second. All in favor of the motion? Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Okay, before the adoption of the agenda, there might be some council members that are present here, and if you would like to speak now or hold your peace. Okay.
Thanks. I'm Tom Cash, District 18.
Welcome, council member.
I'm Tom Cash from District 18, and I have two things I'd like to share my thoughts about today. First is about 1501 Cedar that you're going to be looking at. The neighbor and the contractor have talked to me about it, and it's a proposal where the a proposed outbuilding is technically taller than the house, but it's on a sloped lot, and so it does. So the outbuilding itself, visibly from the front, does not go above the house. And Mr. Smallman has shared with me that there have been examples in the recent past of when that was allowed. And Ms. Ziegler, I asked Ms. Ziegler about it, and she was patient with me and took time to explain kind of the evolution of the rule, but I'm still not sure why it's not being allowed in this case, since it was in other recent cases. And I tend, unless there are things that I don't know and understand, which is possible, I support this request by the applicant. I also want to add, since as part of that, when I was asking about it, I think one of the staff members had said to Mr. Smallman that if Belmont Hillsborough had opted into the consolidated guidelines, that it might be possible. And so I just, you all are considering cases every month in my two neighborhoods that did choose to accept the offer to opt out when we shared some of the concerns that we had with the process. And I think one of the main reasons that my neighborhoods there were very involved people, they really took it seriously and spent a lot of time thinking about why they wanted to opt out. And it had to do with when we enacted our overlays, we really put in an effort. We went door to door. We tried to get every person that we could to chime in And part of why we were so successful was that we had an education effort. We didn't go and twist people's arms. We went and said, these are the things that you're going to sacrifice. These are the benefits to the neighborhood. You know, if you want to say yes or no, or you're not sure yet, you know, that's fine. And so it was a really involved process each time that we did that in both neighborhoods. And I think that many of them felt that we were, by accepting the consolidated guidelines, that we would be kind of backtracking on that promise that we made to those property owners. Now, I understand that there are some great things about the guidelines that will protect us in certain instances, but at the same time, those protections from developers are also limits on the property owners that we engaged with when we went through that process in 2007 and then again in 2014, I think. So I just wanted to share that with you as to why my neighborhoods, be it Belmont Hillsborough and Hillsborough West End, chose to opt out. And part of it was that we really wanted things to stay the same and not have big changes on what a property owner can and cannot do. Since we felt like we had made a social contract with them when we went through that process. And I feel, but I don't know, I'm questioning if this is one of those instances where a new rule is disallowing a property owner from doing something that was previously allowed. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Cash. Any other council members that'd like to? Okay.
I'll wait till my items are called.
Thank you. Councilmember Withers is here as well. Thank you. Robin?
Yes, we have several, for the adoption of the agenda, we have several that are requesting deferral: 312 Broadway, 322 Harvard, 1012 Mansfield, 308 to 310 Broadway, 1501 Broadway, and 2nd Avenue. Okay.
Okay. I think we will need to make a motion to approve the changes to the current agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Mosley, it's good to see you. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. And Dr. Williams has seconded, so all in favor of the motion? Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
Here are the items on the consent agenda. The first item are the administrative permits issued for the prior month. The second one is 323 South 15th Street, an application for an addition and an outbuilding. 115 Scott Avenue, application for an addition. 1411 Holly Street, application for an addition. 102 South 14th Street, application for an addition and partial demolition. 2618 Barton Avenue, application for an addition with a setback determination. 601 Madison, also known as 1101 6th Avenue North, which is an addition and an alteration to previously approved plans. And then finally, 600 Monroe Street, which is an application for an addition and a setback determination. Staff recommends approval of these items, finding that they meet their applicable design guidelines.
Thank you, Melissa. Any questions to the staff? Okay, is there a motion to pass the consent agenda?
Madam Chairman, I so move.
Okay, there's a motion by Vice Chair Stewart.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mayhall. Okay, and all in favor of the motion? Aye. Okay. None opposed, and the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, our next on the agenda is violations, alterations to previous approvals, and showcase.
The first application today is, as you know, a violation at 1204 Russell Street. This is a contributing house. It was constructed at or just before the beginning of the 20th century. And that's a before photo there. In April of this year, the current owner got a permit for partial demolition and repairs. That permit clearly indicated which sections of the building were approved to be demolished. Closer. In April of this year, the current owner got an application for partial demolition and repairs, and that permit clearly indicated which portions of the building were to be demolished, and that included an outbuilding that had essentially been attached to the house at some point. It was indicated with photographs and a drawing on an aerial photo attached to the permit. In conducting a routine inspection, staff discovered that the applicant had exceeded the approved scope of demolition. They had removed most of the walls and roof of two rear-facing gable components of the house, both of which were contributing portions of the building. On the left side, you can see that the sidewall and a bit of the roof there, you can see from that angle, were removed from that rear-facing gabled component. They did also remove, outlined there, they did also remove siding, which is removed now as partial demolition, but removal of siding was not necessarily reviewed at the time that their demolition permit was issued. So assume we can set that aside for now. They clearly have done, they've still, even with that consideration, they've done more demolition than was approved. Over on the right side, you can also see that the siding has been taken off, but they also took off the roof of that component, which you can see as missing through the ceiling on that photo on the bottom right. On this photo, you can also see Italianate style brackets under the eaves of the house. Those have been removed as well since this photo was taken. Overly aggressive demolition has happened a lot of times, unfortunately, over the years, and it's unfortunate, but the commission has seen it before, and typically has required reconstruction of portions removed without approval, and there have been generally good outcomes. What is a little bit different in this case is that in addition to demolition beyond the scope of the permit, the applicant has also constructed a two-story addition with a rather large permit with a rather large footprint without a permit. There was not a preservation permit, and there has been no codes building permit issued for that addition. There's another view from the left and the right. Regarding the unapproved demolition of major portions of the building that contribute to the historic character of the Lockland Springs overlay, staff recommends that the applicant be required to replace or reconstruct portions of the building that were not approved to be demolished, and to provide drawings showing the detail and dimensions of those portions prior to reconstruction, finding that the partial demolition that was done does not meet Section B1 of the design guidelines for partial demolition. Regarding the construction of the unpermitted addition without a preservation permit or building permit, staff recommends that the unpermitted addition should be removed in its entirety, finding that the new addition does not meet Section 6 for additions. Following that demolition, of course, the applicant could return with a new application for an addition. The applicant is here, and Mr. Leoncio Dominguez of the Water Department has volunteered to attend to help the owner, Mr. Jose Hurtado, translate, and the council member is here to speak on this case as well.
Thank you, Sean.
Sean, before you go, a couple of points of clarification. It looked like in some of the photographs that there were some openings in those walls and original windows were also removed, original windows and doors.
Yeah, that's correct. Siding removal was not covered under the guidelines that were in place when they got their partial demolition and repair permit. but the removal of windows and doors or alteration of window and door openings would have been reviewed.
Any other questions to Sean? Okay, not at this time. All right. Applicant, if you are here, and your translator, please come forward. So a little bit of how we're going to do this. So are you going to go sentence by sentence, or are you going to go the paragraph, or how are you translating here?
This is the very first time that I'm meeting him, so
Okay.
you can tell us what to do, and I'll let
Whatever's best to have it a smooth discussion. Thank you very much.
So he'll start talking, and I'll...
Okay, and translator, please give us your name as well.
Yeah. Leoncio Domínguez.
Okay, thank you.
José Hurtado.
Okay, gracias.
Sí, yo pues, lo que pasó fue que, pues cuando yo compré la casa, yo no sabía pues que no se podía hacer, pues yo nunca había tenido una casa, es la primera vez que en 17 años que yo he trabajado, pues yo nunca había tenido una casa y pues...
So what happened is that when I bought the house, I just didn't know that I could not do what I just did. In 17 years, I haven't had a house before. I haven't owned a house before.
Y yo sé que cometí un error, pero yo saqué una aplicación y cuando me dieron la aplicación para remover la adición de atrás, yo pensé que también tenía el permiso para hacer, pues, incluso el señor Tomás le dijo a él que, pues, fue como...
So I know I made a mistake, and but I did get an application to work in the back, and when I got that application, I assumed that I could do more work.
Sí, me dieron el permiso para demoler la adición, pero no para hacerla de nuevo. Y yo estaba pensando, pues, o sea, como no entendí bien inglés, el señor Tomás también le explicó a Sin.
So I got the permit to do the demolition in the back, and I didn't know very well, I didn't understand very well that permit was not to build in the back.
Sí, y incluso cuando yo miré que fuimos al departamento de códigos con el señor Shin y Tomás, él le dijo a él pues que desde que me hizo el permiso habíamos tenido problemas con el lenguaje y eso.
So when Mr. Jose went to the codes department, I believe Sean was there too, and the codes examiner, Sean, I'm translating, they were talking, they kind of could see that I had issues with the translation, understanding well what I could do or could not do.
Y pues la verdad, o sea, yo o sea, estoy dispuesto pues a hacer lo que sea, pero pues yo la verdad, o sea, yo no tengo mucho dinero para tirar mi adición y volverla a levantar, la verdad, yo tengo que agarrar un préstamo y no, pues, o sea, quiero que pues me perdonen y yo voy a echarle todas las ganas a hacer lo mejor que yo pueda.
I'm willing to do whatever I need to do here to do things right, but I don't have a lot of money, and I just ask that you allow me to
Como dejar mi adición.
to leave my addition.
Sí, yo ya voy a sacar unos drawings y estoy haciendo todo lo que se debe de hacer para todo derecho, pues.
And I'm getting the drawings to do things the right way.
Y yo quiero mantener, yo cuando compré la casa, yo no sabía que ya la casa, un ingeniero la había checado y no servía para nada. O sea, ya la casa estaba inservible cuando yo la compré y había una carta alguien ya había aplicado para la demolición de la casa también.
So I'm willing I've hired an engineer and to look at the house. I didn't realize that when I bought the house, it was
Alguien más aplicó.
inservible. Means something like it's useful. You cannot use it. It's not. It doesn't work. It's not.
Ya alguien había
livable.
aplicado para demoler la casa.
And somebody had already applied to demo the
Demolish
house.
the house in the past.
Before.
Pues yo lo que quiero es, yo sé que cometí un error y yo estoy dispuesto a, la verdad, mi sueño es tener una casa. Yo he trabajado 17 años para tener una casa y yo la verdad no sabía qué hacer no sabía qué hacer eso.
So I know I made a mistake, and I will do whatever I need to do. I just wanted a house, and I didn't know what it would take that I could not do what I did.
Pero yo ahorita estoy trabajando con ingenieros y así para buscar los drawings y yo lo que quiero es terminar mi casa para irme a vivir ahí.
So I'm working with an engineer and to do the drawings, and I'm working so I can have my house and live in it.
Y que me perdonen, yo la verdad no sabía, pues, pero ya ahorita estoy aprendiendo más, estoy trabajando y estoy leyendo y qué tengo que hacer y el señor Chin pues me ha ayudado en todo lo que yo no tengo nada que decir.
So I just ask you to forgive me. I didn't know what I could do or not do, and Mr. Sean is helping me know what to do and not to do.
Y pues yo siempre he tratado de dejar todo lo que es histórico de la casa de enfrente y yo voy a, o sea, yo sé de framear y todo eso, yo voy a arreglar la casa, todo lo que le quité de los lados y todo eso yo lo voy a, y las ventanas yo se las quité, pero todas las estoy restableciendo y todo lo voy a dejar original como estaba.
So he says, I have attempted to leave any historic pieces of the house, and then I know about framing, doing the framework, and I intend to put it back the way I need to put it back, or should put it back.
No sé, o sea, si me quieran preguntar algo.
He's wondering if you all have any questions for him.
Okay. Is that his final statement for a moment? Yep.
¿Es
lo
último que quieres decir, José?
Pues, o sea, que yo, la última que...
We'll be
He
asking.
has something else to say.
Okay. What's the timeline on that, Sean? Is anybody keeping time?
About 4 minutes left.
Okay. Please tell him that as well. And he should reserve 2 minutes of his time for rebuttal to public comment.
De los 4 minutos, si dejas 2 minutos para si te preguntan algo.
Ok, sí, pues nada más que si me dejan presentar por lo menos un proyecto para que vean lo que yo estoy teniendo y ya sobre de ello ellos deciden qué es lo que tengo que hacer, por lo menos que me dejen hacer un proyecto.
He's asking if you would allow him to present to you his plans, his project, and that if you would be willing to accept that.
Eso es lo único y es todo.
Does he have
Les
those
pido.
plans here now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, give us the moment. I just wanted to ask that question real quick, but
¿Algo más?
No, eso es todo.
yeah.
He says that's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for staying nearby because we will open public hearing, so we may have questions for him in a little bit.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for your time as well. Gracias.
Sit down.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
At this time, we will open public hearing, and I believe Councilman Withers.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. I did send an email this morning. I've been
Yes,
trying
sir.
to get through everything, just as I'm sure y'all have. And I was able, Mr. Hurtado did contact me late last week, and I was able to meet with him on site over the weekend and explain to Mr. Hurtado that, we do have a process where you have to submit things in advance and they have to be reviewed and approved, which is unlike most other housing that he may have worked on because he worked as a framer. So it's different than what he typically would have worked on in other places. But so he understood that. I let him know that he would need to come today to kind of explain himself to the commission. We did discuss that I let him know that he does need to present plans for whatever he hopes to build. And what if you are satisfied that no additional work will take place on this house, which I've asked him to confirm to me, but what my recommendation is to let him submit plans, let him work with the staff so that you'd have a staff recommendation on those plans. I would ask Mercy to hold off on demolishing work that's taken place so far. Like, if he's going to submit plans, let's go ahead and follow that process and maybe return before the body next month. So that way the neighbors and the staff can take a look at those plans and see if they're acceptable and then go from there. I just hate to sort of demolish work that's been done and kind of waste building materials and those things. If something's going to be built, I certainly can't say for sure that what's been built will be approved. But I think under these circumstances, which I think are unique, I believe he's contrite. I believe that this is partly communication error and just partly a person who's not used to working in the overlays. So I would ask Mercy from the body, if you feel satisfied that no additional work will take place, to let him come back before the commission next month. That way he can present the plan, staff can look at them, neighbors can look at it. I've communicated this as well to the East End Neighborhood Association. Give everyone a little bit more time, and then to make a determination about what to do with demolishing or reconfiguring or even proceeding with the addition as you see fit after there's a separate discussion. But I appreciate Mr. Hurtado reaching out to me, and, you know, to be really frank, I mean, because this is a case where an owner had owned several properties right on that block and had brought a demolition request that was denied, and I had just assumed that Mr. Hurtado was working for that owner. I mean, to be really frank. So even with some of the issues that had gone on with reporting to codes and things like that, I just assumed that he was an employee of that owner at that time. So I appreciate him contacting me and letting me know that he did purchase the house, which I think is great, and is hoping to stabilize it. Some foundation work has been done on the house, which is good. I'm not a framer by trade myself, but I do see that at least some shoring up has happened, which we've had issues with that prior. Again, if you are satisfied that Mr. Hurtado is contrite, would just ask to give him an additional month. No work is to happen during that time, but to come back with revised plans at the next meeting, and then maybe also a progress report on whether or not any activities happen, and make a final decision next month. So thank you for your consideration of that.
Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Anyone else? Okay. Closing public hearing, and commissioners will have discussion and/or possible questions to the applicant with the translator. Okay?
Madam Chair, it's been a minute, so forgive me on the procedure. Would we need to leave the public hearing open for rebuttal from the applicant, or at least inquire?
Yes. I think this is agreeable, yes. Yes. I guess we figured that wasn't truly the public hearing, but yes, he would be part of the public hearing. I think in this particular case, because of the language translation. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this case, when I read a staff report, staff recommendation is right on because it is a quite offensive violation. So for us to require, restore the original portion and demolish, that would be a right recommendation. However, after knowing the condition, after knowing and Councilmember Withers' opinion and so forth, I am open to kind of halt construction as is, not resuming. Probably, restoration of the original portion may have be able to resume if it's doable, and also secure the roof and everything so no further decay. But we will need exact dimension, and so with that exact dimension, we may have to require to shorten the scale or whatever it may come. But until then, I am amenable to give a little mercy in this case, and so that's where I'm standing right now.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, as we deliberate as commissioners, I think the staff has asked us for two motions, and maybe the staff can fill in here. There's outcomes, I think, or two possible different outcomes, depending on what the applicant would come back with. That one is the historic house, and they've dealt with that individually, and that the other is an addition. I'm wondering how it's communicated to the applicant that not necessarily that two different applications need to be made or two sets of drawings need to be made, but specifically those two things need to be individually addressed if for some reason the addition is not approved and the applicant has to show cause and we choose to extend or not extend a time frame which to rectify the demolition that was not permitted. Those two things can run entirely separate tracks from each other, that we should carefully consider how we respond to that, and that it be clearly communicated to the applicant how the applicant needs to respond to that, just in terms of timing and perhaps in terms of how the drawings are prepared, so that those items are dealt with in a manner that the staff can resolve them, I don't want to say independently of each other, but that they can be resolved, and the issues pertaining to them are specific to what violations the staff has noted.
Duly noted. Okay. This is an unusual presentation to where we want to be sure that the applicant is clear on the showcase. So, Commissioners, you're good for him to come back up and we can ask him the questions?
I have a question for council related to show cause and our deadlines, what normally we're required to do or encouraged to do, and what, if any, freedom we might have in terms of council's understanding of where this seems to be headed.
I don't think there are particular timelines that you have to follow, so I think that I don't think there are, does that work? Yes. I don't think there are particular guidelines that need to be followed, so I think that a reasonable guideline that works for the commission and the applicant would be the best way to approach that.
Okay. So we will ask the applicant and the translator to please come up again, and we can ask him some questions to be sure he understands the seriousness of this showcase violation. Commissioners, do you have direct questions to him? Okay. Well, then I'll ask the question. So please ask Mr. Jose, his last name is Hurtado? Mr. Hurtado? Okay. Yes. Do you understand specifically, in reading the recommendation by the staff to the commission, that they've asked you to stop work?
Oh, sí, ya.
Okay.
Ya, sí, ya.
¿Se entiendes específicamente que te dijeron que pares de trabajar?
Sí, sí, ya.
He understands what you just said.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe in reading, and commissioners, please quote me if I'm incorrect, that you were asked to stop and you did not. Is that correct?
¿Le puedo explicar qué fue lo que pasó?
Que te dijeron que pararas y que no paraste, ¿verdad?
No, el problema fue que cuando él me puso lo de parar, él me dijo pues que podía limpiar o sea, limpiar todo bien porque estaba todo lleno de maderas y clavos, y asegurar las paredes, y pues yo le puse chirin y todo eso porque como no tiene cielo.
Espera un tantito. He's saying that when he was asked
Please
to
speak
stop,
in the mic there.
Yeah. He's saying that when he was asked to stop, he was also told that he could clean around a few things, and that he went
Asegurar las paredes.
and he tried to reinforce the walls, and that's what he was doing.
Porque le tuve que arreglar toda la fundación a la casa. No servía la fundación y toda se la cambié.
That he needed to repair the foundation of the house, all over the house.
Y cuando arreglas una fundación, pues las paredes quedan así porque la casa estaba arriba.
So when you fix the foundation of the house is all shaken up. And
Okay.
Pero cuando me mandó el email el señor Shin, de que paráramos. Yo le di mi palabra que no iba a volver a pasar y hasta ahorita nadie ya está trabajando ahí.
And when Mr. Sean sent him an email that he had to stop
Yo le llamé.
from there, that's when
And-
I stopped.
Okay, one moment.
Palabras.
Sean, so you told him one time or two times to stop?
Well, I mean, three times. When I first came upon the work in progress, I told him to stop and clean up and secure the site, don't leave your tools out, that sort of thing. And then,
And Sean, when you said secure the site, did he understand that was shoring up walls? Or
I'm not.
you didn't detail
I'm
in
not
that?
sure,
Okay,
yeah. But then,
because that's what he's saying he did.
yes, and that's when shoring was, sheathing was put up on the walls. And again, I said, I talked to Mr. Hurtado on the phone and said, don't do any more work. He said he put the sheathing up to protect the framing and protect the wood. And I said, okay, but no more work. And then that was on the 7th of July. And then on the 14th, I saw that additional work constructing more of the second story had been done.
No, pero eso, lo que le hice a la segunda edición fue para.
Okay, he's
proteger
going to
el
have to hold on his conversation there until we ask him. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioners, are we really clear on where we're at here? Or do we have other further questions to the applicant? Okay, I don't see anyone nodding heads. All right, I think we are done with that, and the commission will continue to discuss or make their recommendation as well. Okay? Okay, thank you.
I guess I'll just say it's unfortunate that this happened, but I tend to agree with Commissioner Johnson that, one, that what has been removed of the historical structure needs to be replaced as it was, and that I'm also agreeable to allowing time for plans to be presented to see if the addition can meet the guidelines or can be modified in a way to meet the guidelines before it's completely demolished. So that's how I kind of stand on everything.
This is a heartbreaker of a case. I loved this house. Got to tour it back before when the previous owner applied for a demolition permit. It had a lot of issues, but it was a beautiful house, really, before this happened. I guess I'm okay with the compromise brought forward by Councilman Withers. It's clear that this is a two-story addition, which is not going to fly, no matter what plans are brought back. So a significant portion of whatever's there is going to need to be demolished anyway, even if we defer it a month or if it's deferred a month. So I'm not sure. I agree with Commissioner Johnson that the staff recommendation is correct, but obviously there are other factors at play, so I'd be interested to hear what others have to say.
Madam Chairman, I think I hear a consistent theme through our commissioners, and with that in mind, I'd like to offer a motion so that with respect to 1204 Russell Street, that the commission deem that no additional work of any sort be done on this structure until plans are reviewed and permitted through this office and through Codes Administration, and that any additions or other things that are not subject to administrative review come back to this commission for review at a subsequent time.
Would you have a timeline on that, Vice Chair?
I would say within 60 days.
Is that 60 or about 30?
What?
About 30.
Vice
30
Chair?
days. Yes.
I just want to double check. Did your motion include anything about restoring the original house?
I may not have said it, but that's what I'm saying, is that there may be things in restoring the additional house that would be appropriate for administrative approval that wouldn't have to come back to the commission. But certainly for additions and some of the other factors, they'd certainly need to come back to the commission.
If I may, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion, 2 separate motions, yours, and then one that also says that the portions of the building that were illegally demolished must be replaced. So we get that one out of the way, and that can go ahead and go on. So 2 motions.
Okay. And Vice Chair has presented 60 days for this. So is that ample time or too much time or what?
Should we ask the?
No, I think that let's discuss that, Commissioner.
So, I think we got a motion and amendment on the floor. I would, given the events as they've been explained to us, I'm a bit cautious of additional work happening at this site of any sort without review, written plans, definitive written and understood direction and/or approval or disapproval before further action is taken. That's my thought, because I think that I say that because I think more good could happen, but it opens the door for things that would further violate the guidelines as well. And I think it's hard for the staff and Metro Codes to police that on a daily basis. And I don't want to make a situation that with limited funds and building materials and all those in time, make a situation worse because of a miscommunication or misunderstanding about what should and shouldn't happen.
Right.
And I think that was the wording of mine, was that no work of any sort happen until a preservation permit and building permit be issued. So.
Indeed.
Madam Chair, I would like to add one more thing. It's not our purview, but seems like this whole thing is happened kind of lost in a translation. So we would like to insist Mr. Hurtado or History Commission prepare translation so there will be no more misunderstanding and mistake, and Mr. Hurtado follow precisely of our guideline.
Duly noted as well. And I guess the thing with the 60 days, because I don't know, the thought of, again, and maybe I'm hearing Commissioner Mosley as well too, where things have been moving pretty fast for the applicant, and we need to be sure that no more is going to be done. And 60 days seems to be a little long for that to happen, where things could get awry in that timeline. So I would suggest a 30-day, if you all are in agreement with that. Okay. So we're going to include that or amend that in the motion. Robin, is that good?
Yes.
Okay. So that was a long motion, first and second, with amendments, and all in favor.
So we need to call the question on the amendment and then the motion.
Okay. I thought we included all that.
We don't have a second yet.
Oh.
Not that I heard anyway.
Oh, I thought Commissioner Price seconded.
No, he did a second motion.
Oh, you did a second motion.
Yeah.
Oh.
But if I understand the motion right, it sounds like Cyril already addressed what I was saying, so I'm fine with just leaving it with the first motion. I can
Okay.
rescind mine.
Rescind yours, but would you second his motion?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. We have a first and we have a second. And all those in favor of the motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Okay, none opposed? All right, the motion passes. Thank you very much. And translator, Mr. Hurtado, you will be hearing, please work with the MHCC, and be sure that there is good translation there. Perhaps a written form so that it is clear on this, because the commission is very solid on this. Understood? Okay, thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
I just wanted to take a second to introduce, there's a new face here, so you might be like, who is this? This is Kelly Mitchell, and she just started with us 2 or 3 weeks ago.
End of June, yeah.
Yeah, and she will be primarily focusing on inspections and violation, so she's presenting one of the violations today.
Welcome. Thank you.
So in February of 2020, the commission reviewed a rear addition, ridge raise, and basement garage at 1514 Ferguson Avenue. The proposal for the project was approved. A permit was issued on February 20th of the same year. When the project was completed, we inspected the project, and the chimney was constructed with lap siding rather than the masonry shown on the plans. This material does not meet the guidelines, which states that the clapboard-sided chimneys are generally not appropriate. Masonry or stucco is considered appropriate. In the past, the Commission has denied requests for lap-sided chimneys. These are the plans. You can see the chimney masonry is reflected on those plans. So staff recommends disapproval of the lap siding added to the chimney on an infill at 1514 Ferguson Avenue. Finding that these materials do not meet Section 2BD of the guidelines, staff recommends that the siding be removed and replaced with a staff-approved material such as masonry or stucco within 60 days of the Commission's decision.
Thank you, Kelly. Applicant, are you here? Please come forward. Or you don't want to speak, okay? If not, then I'll open public hearing. Anyone to comment on this particular project? If not, we'll close public hearing and discussion by commissioners.
I'll start off. I think this one's pretty cut and dry for us. The applicant did not build to the approved plans, and therefore it doesn't work. It doesn't fit into the guidelines. So therefore, with that being said, I'm in agreement with staff recommendation, and therefore I'll make a motion regarding 1514 Ferguson Avenue to disapprove the lap siding on the chimney and to follow staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones.
Second the motion.
And there is a second by Vice Chair Stewart. Right, all in favor of the motion?
Discussion.
Oh.
Just quickly, the application had the chimney bricked to grade, and I know the staff has mentioned that the options to the applicant, but in the past, I think we would approve certainly a foundation that was CMU that matches the rest of the house, that would not necessarily need to be changed. We're in the business of specifics, so I did want to point that out.
Okay, very good. Okay, any other comments? Okay. We have a first and a second, and bless you. And all in favor of the motion? Aye. Okay. None opposed? Motion carries.
Hello. All right, next is 2012 Cedar Lane. This is a revision to a previously approved application at 2012 Cedar Lane. The Commission approved an addition to this contributing house back in 2020. The plans at the time indicated that this existing garage seen here would be demolished. The addition was proposed to be built within 3 feet of the existing garage. The guidelines require a 20-foot separation between houses and outbuildings, and fire code requires at least 6 feet. Staff would not have recommended approval of the addition if the garage was not noted to be demolished. The addition is nearly complete, and the applicant would now like to retain the garage and not demolish it. The addition has been built per the plan and sits about 28 inches from the side of the garage. The Commission has reduced the 20-foot requirement in the past, but never to less than 3 feet. In conclusion, staff recommends disapproval of the permit revision, finding that it does not meet Section 2B1I of the design guidelines for Belmont Hillsborough. I believe the applicant is here and would like to speak, but do you have questions for me first?
Thank you, Jenny.
Hello, I'm William Smallman. I live at 1503 Clayton Avenue. I have only one copy of a map I'd like to pass around so you guys can see it. So I did start this project thinking that the idea was to tear down the garage. I didn't actually think it was salvageable. But as time has gone by, I've realized that it's not in as bad a shape as I expected. It is the historic garage. It's the original one in the exact location that it's always been in. And it actually fits, as you can see on that map, into the context of where all the other garages are located. If you follow that yellow line, it is in the right spot. It is the historic garage. It's kind of hard to imagine tearing something down just to rebuild it a little further away. I can connect this in any way that the commission would like. I've offered to do that. I've just been told no, so I haven't drawn up a plan. But I'd love to work with staff to come up with a solution to make that work. The garage, I believe, is about 200 plus feet from the street. And if you actually go down the street, there are, I think, 4 other garages. 3 of them are within 20 feet. Some are not as close as mine, but some are close. And the rest of the garages are all attached in the basement. But the thing about something being the distance where this is or 20 feet, if you're standing at the street, nobody can tell. It's so far away, there's no perspective in our human eye. If you look at it on Google Maps, you can see. But if our goal is to preserve the look from the street and the character, the only way you're ever going to know is walk all the way up my driveway like they did to take the picture. If that picture was taken to the street, which I have copies of, I'd be happy to, if we can get pictures up there, I can show you what the other houses look like from the street so you can tell that it's, you won't be able to tell which one is which and how far they are. And then I also want to go back to the guidelines. Instead of the italics, and just read the guidelines themselves, the italics, I believe, are precedent that's been added. And I believe, hopefully we can agree there's no precedent that everything is treated uniquely. But a new garage storage building should reflect the character or period of the house which the outbuilding was related. It is the historic garage. It can't be any more related or in context. Step 1. It also meets the scale. It doesn't contrast with surrounding historic outbuildings and height, scale, roof slope, materials, texture, or detail. Location is not in there. That is something that's been added later in italics. The guideline talks about the garage only, and it meets everything in that one. Number 2, outbuildings should be situated on a lot as historically typical for surrounding historic buildings. It is in the exact same spot as you can see on that map, and it is the historic building, so it was built historically in that exact spot. The only mention of the 20-foot separation pops up in the italics under setbacks and site requirements, and I believe that's precedent that's being used, not actually the guidelines. So I would rather not as much pay attention to the italics, because I don't think there's anything related to demolishing a historic structure that fits in with that sentence. It's kind of like you're pulling pieces from different areas to argue the 20-foot rule, but it's the historic garage. And that's it. There's only 3 guidelines that represent that. So it should be pretty simple if we only read these 3 sentences in the guidelines, which is, the new garage should reflect the character. The outbuilding should be situated on the lot as historically typical for surrounding historic buildings. And actually, I take that back. There might only be 2. There's only 2 sentences that regulate outbuildings in the Belmont-Hillsboro. And it's also important to know that this is not part of the new guidelines that Belmont-Hillsboro opted out as a neighborhood. Like, we all actually put a lot of effort into that to maintain the rules. And I think it would be greatly appreciated by myself and many of the neighbors if we read just the guidelines and how we rule on this one, not the italics. Because the italics is only permanent in the new guidelines, not this one. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Open public hearing. And please, if you are going to plan to speak on the podium, please feel free to come to the first rows of seats so that we can move on with public hearing. Thank you.
Sorry about that. My name's Susan Foxman. I'm at 2006 Cedar Lane. I live next door to a property that Mr. Smallman owns, and a few houses down from this property. As someone who walks the street every night, we can see the oddity of the garage being less than 3 feet away from the extension of the house. I probably would not be speaking today if Mr. Smallman would communicate better with the neighbors. I'll just leave it at that. I wish that being on a dead end, that we get the full benefit of the overlay and not an overlay light. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, I'll close public hearing. Commissioners?
Rebuttal? Vice Chairman, I'm so sorry, rebuttal before you deliberate?
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, Mr. Smallman.
Sorry, I didn't know if that was...
Sure.
So I understand Ms. Foxman's concern, and I think my gut is it's more related to another property that's not in the overlay that is behind this one. It's a separate thing, but I will work to try to communicate a little better. I completely understand her opinion there. But I do want to just reiterate the idea of attaching that based on the guidelines, if we're trying to preserve the historic structure, it makes to me a lot more sense to work on how to save it instead of how to tear it down. It seems that the outcome of an attached historic structure instead of demolishing one and rebuilding, I just would fit the whole concept of what we're doing. I don't think I've ever seen anybody be required to tear one down, but maybe it's possible. But my hope is that we can find a way to save this, and if there's tweaks that need to be made, I would love to work with staff and come back in front of you guys with an actual plan. I just couldn't get that far without hearing this response first. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I have to agree with staff and with, the neighbor on this, just that this was not what was approved. The addition would not have been approved. If the applicant is arguing, would like to save this garage, maybe he wants to tear down the new addition. I doubt that's what he's searching for. So I'm in full agreement with staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I think this is, a prime example of why we reviewed the entire drawings on the entire site plan. And, it's not about a garage or an addition. It's about the entirety of the development on the site. And clearly, this was prepared, presented by the applicant, reviewed by the staff, and approved to be as it is on the plans. And I agree with staff recommendations, and I move that with respect to 2012 Cedar Lane, we agree with staff recommendations on this.
Second.
Okay, Vice Chair Stewart has made a motion. Commissioner Johnson has made a second. And is there any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any opposed? None. The motion carries.
Next up is 1121 Fifth Avenue North. If you go to the photo, there's just one slide. Thank you. This is a case of staff error. A neon wall sign was administratively permitted at the corner of this multi-use building, And once the error was known, the permit was rescinded and notice was sent to the property owners and the business owner. Staff and the applicant discussed several options that either didn't work for the applicant or may make the sign more noticeable, even though it might technically meet the design guidelines. So staff recommends approval based on staff error because the building is not historic, there's no immediate historic context, and the visual impact is mitigated by being placed on a chamfered corner with a recessed entry and beneath a large overhanging canopy. And you've received several pieces of public comment requesting that the sign be removed.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Is the applicant here? Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to disclose that I'm a former resident of the neighborhood, and I was contacted by a neighbor just to make me aware of the project via email. I did not respond, and I don't think that'll affect my ability to hear this case today.
Yes, sir, thank you. Okay.
And Chairman, the applicant was here at the beginning of the meeting. Oh, here he is.
Okay. Would you like to speak, or you're good to hear our discussion? How would you like to? Okay. So, understood. All right. We will close public hearing unless someone else wants to speak. All right. Please come forward. Please go ahead.
I have a handout, if that's okay. I think I have copies for everyone. And there are more pictures than verbiage, so that'll make it easy. My name is Teresa Blackburn, and I live at 1204 Fifth Avenue North, and have been a resident of historic Germantown for 16 years. The handout, just take a quick look at it. Pretty much every picture does tell a story, and this one should pretty much do it. I'm going to refer to the staff guidelines very quickly, page 6, which pretty much has a lot of information that we found that was very salient to this issue. We are asking that the neon sign, or I am, and some of the neighbors, that the neon sign that Emmy Squared at 515 Madison Street is using currently be either turned off, taken down, or we have suggestions in that handout for very good alternative ideas for signage. The first thing in the building type, the analysis and finding on page 6 of the staff recommendations talks about the building type. The building that 515 is an apartment building with mixed use, commercial, and the basement, the main floor part. There is only one commercial space, and that is the Emmy Squared. This photograph, which I hope it's in page 6 as well, was not the picture that was used for people making decisions, staff decisions about this sign. On the front page of the handout that I've sent around is really what the sign looks like in after dark. The after dark vision is what we're dealing with. We don't mind the sign in the daytime. It's not lighted, it's not obnoxious, it is just a sign. When it is lighted after dark, it is beaming. You can see it from one end of the 1200 block all the way to the other end. And now, at this point of the year, the trees are very leafed out. It is very subdued compared to what it is going to be in October, November, December, January, February, and March of this coming year.
Ms. Teresa?
Yes.
I think your time is
Oh, I did? Okay.
timed out.
Well, just look at that.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Hi, my name is Gary Gaston, and I am a 16-year homeowner at 1200 Fifth Avenue North, which is just located catty corner from this building and looking down over this site. I'm also served on the Historic Germantown Neighborhood Association's Development Committee. And I have worked extensively in Germantown professionally over the last 20 years. And I have to say I'm astounded by the active participation this neighborhood takes in helping determine its form and character. We have been a diligent partner with Metro Historic Commission to establish these guidelines that are one of the main reasons this neighborhood is so intact. And it's one of the best historic neighborhoods, but also mixed-use neighborhoods in Nashville. The issue before you today is one of noncompliance with the guidelines that we have worked so closely with you all to establish and with the staff. And it is totally out of character with any other sign in the neighborhood, which you've seen from what you've delivered in that package. It is a glaring example. It is so bright at night. You can see it from every single block away. Because it's on a corner that's chamfered like this, it actually makes it more intensive. So we know it was a mistake, but mistakes shouldn't basically dictate the guidelines that we've worked and have resulted in the quality of our community. So we're asking that you deny the request for this variance to this sign, and would love to come up with a solution for appropriate sign that fits the character of our community here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Afternoon. My name is Ron Hogan. I live at 1227 Fifth Avenue North. I'm the president of the Historic Germantown Neighborhood Association, and speaking on behalf of most of the other residents that have been pestering me for a long time on this issue. One of the things is the Germantown Preservation Design Guidelines are very prominently displayed on the Historic Germantown or Historic Zoning Commission website. When you're applying for an application, that's the first place you go. In those design guidelines is a specific prohibition against neon signs. So the application shouldn't have really even been permitted or accepted in the first place, or even if the applicant had looked at it and gone through there, they wouldn't have put that in there. But needless to say, that has happened, and we're faced with that. The options for the staff options provided were, there were three options. One was to take the sign down, put it on the inside, and it's too big to do that. Another option was to put a box around it, and I'm not quite sure what that would, I couldn't visualize that, but that was not feasible either. And the third option that they looked at was to just leave it as it is and keep it lit. We would like to present a fourth option, and there are probably others, and that's simply to a simple traditional gooseneck lights if you place over that. If you look at the sign, there's plenty of room over the sign itself to put those on there. The gooseneck lights are certainly traditional, and they would be more in keeping with the Germantown neighborhood and the rest of the restaurants in the area. There are 5 or 6 restaurants that are top restaurants in the city, and none of them have neon lights. And the one issue that hasn't been brought up is it seems like they're not, we've been told that they're not very bright, and part of that is because it's summer. You got trees all over and you can't see it. When winter comes, this is going to be a big problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Anyone else? Also noted, we had other public comment that's online as well. All right, close public hearing. Oh, any rebuttal? I always forget that. I don't assume we'll have rebuttal. Go ahead, yes.
Hi, my name is Chad Smith with Visual Image Group. We are the company that actually worked with Jocelyn Signs here in Nashville to pull the permit, and we submitted all of the correct paperwork. We submitted the engineering drawings that did have labeled on there that it was neon. The argument really is whether or not it is exposed, being that it is in a channel letter. It is recessed into a channel letter. I am willing to, and ever since this was brought to our attention, I am willing to work with a solution. However, with the staff's recommendation that it is not on a historic building, and I do believe that just taking a look at this right here, and being a printing company, this seems like it's been edited to some degree to make the light seem brighter than what it really is. Again, we're a visual company. We can put a box around this. As you guys know, that with everything, there comes a price with that to do all of that work, and someone has to pay for it. And I do agree with the staff's recommendation that putting a box around this, which would technically, according to that, put it into codes, would actually draw more attention to the sign itself. The sign is a very, very good-looking sign, and it is not all that bright. However, what we could do is we could go in and put a different size transformer in there to lessen the illumination of it.
Your time is up.
So,
Okay. It's okay with after? All right. Okay. Then you have it. We'll just, I was prompted by staff, so thank you. Go.
That's okay.
Continue.
But again, I'm willing to work. You know, our client is new to the neighborhood, and
Sorry to interrupt you, but you were headed towards a solution. Do you mind repeating that?
yeah. So if we're going to do anything, my suggestion would be is to replace the transformer in there so that the light is not as bright. Even though it is not bright, we can lessen that to in dimmer value to help mitigate. So that is pretty much all I have to say. And again, all of this was recommended by the staff and the Historic Commission overlay to be approved as is in the document that Ms. Robin has submitted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
May I ask, so in your setting of the current light, neon light, what's the, I know those electronics eraser has kind of value of brightness. How is the setting and how low, like very, very low, how low it can be? And do you have any, numbers or
I don't
anything
have them present. I don't have them in front of me. But they do make different transformers that can be affixed to the inside of the raceway of the channel letter that will help mitigate the brightness of the light.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we'll close public hearing again. Just remind me of the rebuttal. All right, Commissioners' discussion.
Yeah. This is a first, I think, for me, for a staff mistake. I have to say, I understand mistakes happen, but when applicants in the past have come to us with mistakes they've made on signs, we've made them remove the sign. And I understand this was a staff mistake, but I feel like we should hold the staff to the same standard here. Talks of new transformers, that's fine, but what happens when the next management comes along and replaces it again with another bright transformer? Or I don't see how we get around the standards of our and guidelines here on signage. I am inclined to support the neighborhood groups. Maybe there's a solution there with gooseneck lighting. That sounds like a good idea. I think you guys have a legitimate grievance, so I am not inclined to support the staff recommendation on this.
Okay.
I agree with Commissioner Price on his points. I guess this is one of the first ones where something was approved by error, but they did, catch it, and it's still been on every night. So I just think it's very clear, and like the applicant, or like the neighborhood has said, there's very clear guidelines in Germantown. And I believe one of the neighbors said, you know, a simple mistake shouldn't cause the neighborhood such a grievance that is so clearly against their guidelines under Section 4 Signage Illumination. You know, it doesn't mention not too bright of a sign. It says, you know, no exposed neon light sources. You know, it needs to be lit from above, like the photos that were provided. I just think that that's very clear in their guidelines, and we should hold them to that. You know, due to a staff mistake, you know, it is hard to say, you know, just replace the sign, you know, and incur that cost as a tenant and a building owner, or, you know, a business. But, you know, again, if the neighborhood doesn't necessarily have a problem with it during the day, you know, maybe it's just, again, not allowed to be lit. I don't know how that's policed or enforced, or if we need it to be not have lights at all. You know, if that's something that we don't want to even have to check, you know, that it's not on at night because it's not able to be on at night. So that's something to think about when we're making a recommendation, I think. But I'm in agreement that the being lit at night is not acceptable.
Madam Chair? Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I would like to thank you, the public, you know, with the picture. This picture speaks 1,000 words. It's literally like this to me. So I am really, I'm sorry, you know, staff made mistakes, but it does not mean we have to sacrifice the neighborhood, because the reason for the sign ordinance is to accommodate, you know, coexisting with commercial entity with neighborhood. So in this case, no matter how staff made mistakes, just to leave as is not an acceptable solution for everybody's concern. And so the reason I entertain is if we, you know, reduce the brightness of the light, it may be acceptable, but not knowing, you know, this type of light itself is tend to shine more. So I'm not really comfortable recommending that solution either. But I think leaving as is not an option. So maybe, as you know, Commissioner Price suggests, like a gooseneck light would be the solution, because neighborhood is not hating the character of the light itself. So don't want to see the bright light, you know, facing your entire neighborhood. So I'm not in favor of staff recommendation, and we should seek alternative solution, meet up with historic context and sign ordinance context.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chairman, with respect to 1121 Fifth Avenue North, I move that the Commission require that the signage be brought into conformance with the guidelines.
Okay. There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Vice Chair and Commissioner Price. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None opposed, and the motion carries. Thank you.
I would say one other little thing about that too is, you know, I would assume that a lot of the people that frequent this restaurant will be neighbors. And so I would hope that the neighbors and the restaurant could work on a solution that would meet the guidelines and be acceptable to all. So.
Yes, well said. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll be presenting 949 Russell Street. 949 Russell is a request for demolition, which is 949 is a contributing home in the Edgefield Historic Preservation zoning overlay and the National Register of Historic Places' Edgefield Historic District nomination from 1977. It was constructed in 1899. The house was damaged in the March 2020 tornado. The rear wall, roofing material, and some windows were removed by the storm. An application for demolition was submitted to the Codes Department in July 2020. Staff and some commissioners reviewed the property at that time, but the applicant didn't move forward with the permit request until March of 2021. The request was deferred and a new owner now requests demo. In March and now in July, owners have produced 4 engineers' reports that state demolition is necessary based on storm damage that was greater than it could have been due to years of deferred maintenance. EMC's report, which is dated June 16th of 2021, is based on a recent inspection. Mr. Mark Buchanan with EMC has experience with historic properties and rehab solutions of historic buildings. This report documents extensive long-term termite activity, water damage, evidence of past repairs, which all point to structural concerns, further exacerbated by the high winds of the March 3rd, 2020 tornado. For instance, he noted more than 30 floor joists have been affected by termites. The left side wall has been displaced, and the right side wall, the 2 interior hallway walls, and the left side wall have racked approximately 1/2 inch in a span of only 4 feet. The EMC report provides several recommendations for repair, which include some reconstruction, replacement, and installation of cable braces. However, he ultimately recommends demolition based on the amount of historic material that would have to be removed and the fact that the repair solutions are likely to uncover additional deficiencies or even cause additional issues. Staff enlisted the assistance of engineer Nick DeBlasis, who provided a pro bono peer review of the reports provided by the applicant. He states, I've reviewed the engineering reports for the historic structure at 949 Russell Street and agree with the general opinion that the superstructure is in such a state of disrepair that it should be replaced. First of all, it appears that the house was in poor condition prior to the tornado. The degradation observed that isn't a direct cause of the tornado is extensive and appears to have significantly weakened the structure. Visual evidence points to years of neglect, leaving much of the house vulnerable to accelerated deterioration and damage from extreme weather events. As such, it is likely the damage beyond what can be visually observed has occurred as a result of the tornado. Although not requested, the applicant provided renderings of what they might like to build in place of this building, and staff finds that the proposal does not meet the design guidelines. Staff recommends approval of the application to demolish the contributing building, finding that the applicant has met the burden of proof for sections 1, 2, 5, and 8 of section 1740 420D of the ordinance and section VB2C of the design guidelines for appropriate demolition, as well as section 5B2A due to the lack of historic integrity that the structure would retain when all necessary repairs and replacements are performed.
Thank you. Just a side note, Robin, I don't think our commission has met our new staff member.
He was here last night.
Oh, was he here? Okay. Oh, I wasn't here, so, yeah. Hi. Okay. Applicant, are you here? Okay.
My name's Troy Harper, designer and representative for Robert Huggins, the owner. Just to expand on the presentation of what we're considering tonight, demolition, I really hope that everybody has had a chance to review these engineer reports in depth and that show just how compromised the building is. It's tragic the level of damage that was caused in the 2020 tornado, and unfortunately 949 Russell happened to be in that path, exposing years of neglect and flaw, thus leading the building to its current state. We appreciate your support, and we have our structural engineer, Mark Buchanan, in the room with us if we have further questions concerning the structural integrity of this building. Thank you. And we'll leave the rest of the time for discussion.
Okay, for rebuttal. Yeah, thank you. Okay, anyone here to speak for, on behalf, or comments?
Hi. I think I have 5 minutes. I'm Alice Forrester, longtime resident in historic Edgefield, and I'm here representing the Neighborhood Association and myself and anyone concerned. I speak to you today, Commission. Good afternoon. I speak to you today as a 36-year resident of historic Edgefield and a passionate defender and steward of our historic homes, both in Edgefield and Nashville as a whole. And I moved to Edgefield in 1985 specifically for the gorgeous and then mostly dilapidated houses, the tree-lined streets, sidewalks, and proximity to parks, commercial areas, and downtown. And when I say dilapidated, historic houses. Many homes were in much worse condition than 949 Russell is now. And we did bring some pictures. We pieced together our presentation last minute. I was notified July 9th because of COVID and everything else. It's been a tough process. That's one house. We have other photos. When I moved here, we joined the earliest pioneers who came to rescue the remaining historic homes after the mass demolitions of the urban renewal program in the 1970s. So the historic preservation overlay was in place before my arrival, but I helped with the expansion of the territory and several updates, and the preservation of our historic homes and churches has always been the primary mission of our neighborhood residents and homeowners association. And you, the Metropolitan Historic Commission, have been our sole enforcer of encroachment and challenges to our historic housing stock. We need you and will need you to stand strong and support our stewardship as property values continue to rise and storms hit, and the opportunity for for-profit developers find cracks and loopholes and throw big money around. We're not talking about non-conforming houses. Those can be torn down and have been. We welcome good new infill that's built by the guidelines. In this case, the buyers saw a vacant lot for a bargain price of $335,000. This is well within the margin to tear down whatever structure is on the lot, be it historic or non-conforming, doesn't matter. They can build 2 structures adjoining that is permitted under our R8 zoning and increase the potential sale price from around $1 million, we have comps on the block, $1.3 million, to easily double that. This is a huge difference in financial gain potential. Financial hardship has never been a factor. Enough financial gain is the real issue. The condition of the house was indeed purposely left to deteriorate to meet their goal of demolition to obtain an empty lot to build on. It has always been about the empty lot. According to page 5 in the report, the 3rd paragraph, quoting or semi-quoting here, the buyers went so far as to request a demolition permit in July 2020. This is before they purchased it, August 31st, 2020. And I quote, in staff's first inspection of the property on July 29th, 2020, staff found that many repairs were warranted, but in general, the integrity of the home appeared sound. This was after the tornado, and as any historic home, mine has it. There's old termite rot, there are cracks, everything's out of plumb. It goes on to say 3 commissioners visited the property and nothing further was discussed. Where is the report of July 29th, 2020? Why is it not included in this document in the grounds for demolition? What happened after July 29th to change the condition of the house to merit demolition approval? The buyers had a plan to deliberately worsen the condition of the house. They knew with COVID raging, city government practically shut down, neighbors overwhelmed, working from home, schooling children, and disconnected from most of life, no one would be watching. Neighborhood associations weren't meeting, everything was in disarray. This beautiful Victorian house sat deliberately unprotected from the elements from the date of purchase, August 31st, 2020, until March 2021 or later. This was deliberate. It was an empty lot. Now that Edgefield has come into fruition as a beautiful, bucolic place to live with desirable historic homes, parks, businesses, and proximity to downtown and soon the Oracle development, we are flooded with prospective homebuyers, renters, and tourists. We are also the target of for-profit real estate development, which know exactly the margins they need to make a significant profit for their investors. They are welcome to the non-conforming houses, but a lovely Victorian like this can be renovated. We've done it. We have photos, we have proof. And I'm just asking, my time's up, I realize. I have about one sentence. We have several potential buyers who are eager to relieve the owners of their financial hardship immediately, and we have contractors familiar with renovating an old house that said they are more than happy to restore it. Please vote no to the demolition request. This is a slippery slope and sets precedent. This house can be saved. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Forrester.
Hi, my name is Carol Williams. My husband and I purchased our house in 1975 at 800 Russell Street. I must question what defines financial hardship. Is financial hardship a valid claim when the owner of 949 Russell does not have a for sale sign in the yard to give someone else a preservation opportunity? Historic zoning is generally not about providing paths for investors to make more money, especially when the active plan was demolition. 949 Russell has been left open to weather and unsecured for over a year. However, 2 new adjoining structures are already planned and are in the report that I just finished that was provided. I respect the HOA letter sent in favor of demolition because 949 is a problem property seen every day. I too see it every day, but realize at one time Edgefield was almost all problem properties in serious violation of multiple codes. If neighbors had not fought for historic overlay, saving most all these undesirable, dangerous structures, we would have no historic over Edgefield. One problem structure at a time was saved by people interested in preservation. The home was built over 100 years. Homes built over 100 years ago have termites, cracked walls, rotten wood, missing mortar, electrical and plumbing issues, uneven floors, leaks, and the list goes on. They need preservation, not demolition. I have several before and after pictures. The most outstanding stands at 631, the Miles House, which was a shell left standing after a major interior fire. Look at it now, and I'm going to pass these pictures around. It was scheduled for demolition and was a dangerous, ugly sight that we looked at every day. It was saved. Please say no to the demolition of 949.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Hello. My name is Kelly Collier. I'm a resident of 208 South 10th Street. I'm also the second member of the 10th and Russell HOA that was referred to in the application. I want to be clear, the letter was a sentiment of 2 people, 2 homeowners. It didn't represent a consensus of the HOA or a formal HOA opinion. We hadn't met to discuss this issue and haven't had the opportunity to meet to discuss this issue. And in fact, there's multiple opinions and perspectives on it within our HOA. I think at least 3 of the 8 property owners have signed a petition against demolition. That being said, one thing I think we all agree to is that something needs to be done. I've lived in an 80-year-old house. I've never renovated one. I don't live in one now. But I'm not an engineer. But I certainly hope that if, in fact, this home can't be saved, that as much of it is, and as much of the design, the form, function, the materials is retained, and that the actual likeness of 949 Russell remains. I chose very carefully the 1-mile radius I bought my home because this neighborhood is very special, and I hope that the historical overlay will protect that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gracie Porter. We moved to Nashville in 1969.
Your address, Ms. Porter.
Oh, I'm in 808 Russell Street.
Thank you.
And we own the property 806 Russell Street next door to us. That's the property that we moved into in 1970. We stayed a few months in an apartment, Lane Garden, which is about to be demolished as well. But I'm here on behalf of the neighborhood. Being a resident of this neighborhood, Edgefield, since 1969, has been a very safe place for our children to be born and reared. Grandchildren have had a wonderful time meeting families like Carol and Charlie and their kids. It has been something that I cannot really express to you today. But to see property being torn down and rebuilt and tall and skinny next door to you, when you have worked very hard, and this neighborhood we have worked very hard to maintain the history of Nashville. And I say to you today that we need to look at what we have already, not add on to something that's superficial. I'm an educator. I have fought for children and families all of my career. Warner School, East High, schools that are there, Kirkpatrick that used to be. We want this to continue to be a neighborhood where parents can come and move in and be happy that East Park is still there, as well as others. I say to you today, think about this very, very seriously. Tearing down and building a tall and skinny, which they may or may not move into. I say to you, look at the neighborhood. I know my time is up. Like I said, I'm a teacher and I'm used to talking, so that's okay. But I want you to know that this neighborhood is worth saving, and this house that we are looking at today is worth saving as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Anyone else?
Hello, commissioners. Am I on? Yeah. I'm Emily Richer. I live at 820 Russell. I'm a block away from 949. I'm a relatively new resident. I bought in December of 2019. It was the unique historic homes that are why I chose to live in this neighborhood and take on a quite daunting historic renovation myself. People have introduced themselves. I'm a retired CPA who audited real estate loan loss reserves, and I've reviewed a lot of property valuations. I'm here today because I learned this week that there's a bit of a misleading, what I find a misleading statement in the recent filing. And in addition, I just question the completeness of the applicants, of the application. As others have said, it feels like a tear-down-driven developer is trying to take advantage of busy staff by leaving some things out. They appropriately denied this, I think, they appropriately denied this in March, and suddenly it's switched to approve. I don't see anything new. What I really want to tell you is I don't think all 8 questions have been answered. I feel like you need engineers, and they've got 4 of them, for the structural requirement, but you need a historic renovation equipped contractor, so important, to tell you what can be done and what can be saved, what architectural elements can be saved and at what cost. And then you need the comps. You need to know, what's it worth? What's it potentially worth? So what I see is you now have 4 engineers willing to say demolition, but they all did a scope of work. More engineering reports doesn't complete the package. 4 answers to 1 question is not 4 answers. We need the contractor analysis in order to determine what can be saved, and we need the comps. What I saw today, what I saw in that package was this timeline. It looked like prepping for a lawsuit. I saw a statement. I just want to read this one statement. They said, I reached out to this builder.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
the statement said,
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
okay.
You're welcome to send your your comments. Anyone else? And really, this is timing so that everyone does have a appropriate timeline to be able to express themselves. So thank you for your patience.
My name is Ryan Schimmel. At 27, my wife and I purchased 1410 Eastland Avenue, which was severely dilapidated. By dilapidated, I mean 3 active roof leaks, termite damage, frozen plumbing, going home at lunch to empty buckets, and a termite-infested garage. I was born at Centennial and grew up yard sailing Nashville's neighborhoods. I have a BS in mechanical engineering from UT Knoxville, have passed the FE exam, which is the prerequisite to the PE license, work under 2 PEs, and plan to take my exam in 1 year to become one. I structurally design highly dynamic animatronic figures the size of 18-wheelers. As none of the engineers I emailed shared preservation experience, and in keeping with the burden of proof in Mr. Huggins' demo application, we can assume I have greater preservation experience than advising engineers. 1 PE states it is not possible to differentiate between tornado damage and damage from age, water, infiltration, wood-destroying insects, etc. It appears, as of today, only 1 engineer has experience with rehabilitation. Engineers are not contractors. You would not want an engineer running a table saw, compound saw, interacting with tradesmen or craftsmen. As proof, yours truly is a terrible trim carpenter. While qualified to make structural assessments and recommendations, the PE's duty ends there. All engineers provided scope of work for repair. Contractors have a whole different skill set than engineers. The state of Tennessee recognizes this, and the Historic Commission did too when they originally disapproved. Contractors and PEs have different licenses, non-overlapping duties, and different certifying bodies. It is not the scope of the PE to assess the market cost of repair, which is the ultimate deciding factor in the financial burden application. Their only purpose is to define scope of work. In every case, each PE advises to bring the structure to a direct quote from EMC, pre-storm, pre-deteriorated condition, which is unrealistic for a 100-year-old wood structure. Even so, the ridiculous list of repairs were not bid. Ultimately, we don't know if the financial burden exists because the applicant has obscured the truth, solicited financial opinions from engineers, misled and misrepresented contractors, and ultimately is not pursuing repair. At the very least, the Commission should uphold their disapproved recommendation until the requirements of the burden are met. If the applicant refuses to furnish complete, transparent documentation to the Commission supporting the burden, they should take their own advice and move on.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brian Gibson. I reside at 820 Russell Street. In addition to being a resident, and I'm against the demolition application, I'm also a professional catastrophe adjuster for one of the largest insurers in the world. Literally, my daily life every day is getting into, onto, around, under damaged structures all over this country, including here in Nashville and the rest of Tennessee. From wind damage, tornado damage, you name it, I've seen it. I've looked at this structure. I've been under it since it's unsecured. It's been unsecured for over a year. I've been around it. I've seen far worse in my career as recently as this week, and I've seen far worse get repaired, and that includes historical structures. As part of my daily life, I review structural engineer reports, I prepare estimates, I review contractors' bids for repair, and adjust all that and look at it and provide recommendations to both homeowners and insurance carriers. For a preservation-minded individual, this home can be repaired. And the key is preservation-minded. When I look at the structural engineer reports that are provided, and I've worked with some of those same firms, they all provide scopes of repair. We've all seen Surfside Condo down in Miami that fell down recently. I assure you, there is no scope of repair for that building. There is a scope of repair. When I review the contractor's estimates that were provided by the applicant, there were a couple things jump out at me. Number one, there are many things in those estimates that do not address the scope of repair. Plumbing, landscaping, electrical, HVAC, fixtures. That's not part of the damage. That's not part of the scopes of repair provided by their professional engineers. The other thing that I see is there's things that raise flags for me as somebody who looks at estimates all day. So they make lots of comments about, well, costs may go up, lumber can go up. Let me cut through the chaff of that. Yes, we've all seen the stories of lumber costs and costs going up. What we haven't seen, but I see every day because I get daily price reports from the industry, is that since the high of lumber prices on May 28th, lumber prices have dropped 49% as of July 7th. They're going down as fast as they come up. So there's a lot of chaff in there. I suggest there's other things on there that are hidden that we're not seeing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Rob Coles. I live at 706 Fatherland Street. I represent one of the many people that would be willing to totally buy this place and renovate it. I have a small house. I'm doing a 1,000 square foot addition plus a dadu in the very back. I'd be willing to give that up if they sold me this property for what they paid for it last year, and I'll renovate it. But, you know, it's worth giving it another chance. I mean, so many houses have been renovated and fixed since the tornado. Some have been destroyed. This is Edgefield. We need to keep it preserved. I mean, Russell Street's already seen plenty of destruction over the years. Oh, and I have my letter, but yeah, I pretty much said everything on there. But yeah, so I mean, if they don't want it, to me, it's a money thing, and throwing up two tall skinnies making a profit, that's great, but not in Edgefield. That's what preservation's for. I mean, non-conforming. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Ellis. I just recently moved to Edgefield to an historic home located at 616 Shelby. In large part because of the neighborhood's historic preservation overlay. I truly believe it to be a special thing, and I'm here today to at least try to help uphold its integrity. To supplement the existing comps the developer provided, a few of us opposed to the demolition consulted with local broker, Alex Sig of Remax, who unfortunately cannot be here but is an expert specifically in historic real estate. Mr. Sig helped us gather some comps to further reinforce the value of a restoration versus a demolition with his professional opinion, which I will read in short order. Mr. Siggs opined that 949 Russell has an objectively superior location to all of these comps, with the exception of the comps actually on the same block of Russell, and that virtually all of the items that are claimed to be hardships would be part of any normal renovation and would therefore not be incremental expenses. I think you'll see from these comps that a restoration, on top of being consistent with the parameters and precedent of the historic preservation overlay, would be tremendously lucrative for our neighbor. Given the $335,000 the owner already has in it, and even if we include the purported $668,000 the developers suggest they might need to properly renovate it, they could, based on these comps, make a profit of as much as $300,000. And that's if the market doesn't continue along its current upward trajectory. On the same block, we've got 924 Russell Street that just recently went under contract for $1.3 million. 941 Russell is under contract for $1.2 million. Nearby comps include 1208 Gartland Avenue, which recently sold for $1.115 million. 1312 Stratton, which is a 3,700 square foot, recently sold for $1.13 million. 402 North 16th Street is currently on sale for just over $1.3 million. There are several more you can see on the printouts we provided, but I think I'm probably close to my time. I respectfully request a no vote against the demolition of 949 Russell. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Yeah, Vaden Lackey. I'm at 818 Russell Street, and I'm just finishing up Emily Richards' presentation. She writes, wait a minute. Emily reached out to one of the builders here, Artisan Build Constructs, because she knows them. Their owner, Turney Hirsch, flat out told me, I have the text here. He felt it can be saved. He declined to bid on demolition. He was never asked to bid rehabilitation. He's misrepresented on page 1/33. The contractors we've recently asked to bid a rehabilitation of the structure have each declined after a site visit and view of the engineer reports. So there's a list of the contractors. Artisan Build Construct declined to bid. So the question is, you know, they declined to bid on the restoration. So they were misrepresented, and so how many others were misrepresented? Yeah, here's a text from them. I just left a call with the developer asking them to remove me from the list of builders, and that I would be drafting the letter to Robin stating it was not my recommendation to tear down. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Hubler. I live at 607 Fatherland Street. I've lived in Edgefield since 1986. When I moved onto the 900 block where this property is located, there was a crack house and whorehouse across the street from me. The neighborhood has really revived since then, let me tell you. The property values over there are going through the roof. And this property can be saved. It's contributing property in the historic district. It does not need to be demolished. I firmly believe that it can be saved and that it's all of our collective responsibility to protect our history and our past. And I know most of you believe that, and I hope you will vote appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubler.
Good afternoon. My name is Pete Greaves. I live at 913 Fatherland, about a block from this property. I'd like to voice, a concern that a lot of us who've been talking about this for the last few weeks have, which is that we are concerned that this application could become a blueprint for how you demolish a home in a historic neighborhood. There's no argument that there was damage to this house that was caused by the tornado. We know, though, from having driven past it for months and months and months, that post that the owner at that point decided not to cover the house and left it open. And the damage only got worse. When he sold it to the current owner for $200,000 less than he paid for it, that price reflected that damage. And the person who bought it knowing that that damage was there. At that point, they could have chosen to do something. They could have chosen to put tarps on the back of the house. They could have chosen to protect it. There's been extensive discussion about termite damage. They could have chosen to bring in people to treat the termite damage. They didn't do that. My concern, frankly, is that maybe the way that you get rid of historic homes is that you buy them, leave them empty for 18 months, you let the termites get in there, you don't do what you need to protect it, and then you turn around and say, hardship. For those of us in the real world, we don't have the luxury of doing this. I don't have the luxury of saying, I don't like my car, so I'm going to leave it parked outside my house through winter with the windows open and let it get destroyed by the weather, and then go to the insurance company and say, hey, my car's a total write-off. Will you replace it? I don't have the luxury of going to Europe for 6 weeks and leaving my house unlocked and the doors open, and then coming back and going, gee, I left my house unprotected, but my computers and my basses, I'm a musician, got stolen. I just don't have that luxury. And if I turn around to the insurance company and said, hey, my car's a total write-off because the weather got in, so now I've got this economic hardship, I can't get to work, they would laugh at me. And so I would respectfully like to ask that this request be turned down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Mona Lisa Warren, and I live at 606 Fatherland Street. I'm asking you to please deny the request to demolish the house located at 949 Russell Street. Current and former residents of our historic neighborhood have worked since the 1970s to save and protect the architectural structures in Edgefield. I know the current owner is claiming financial hardship as a reason to demolish this beautiful historic home, but it can be saved. There are homes in this neighborhood that have been far worse condition, as you have seen photos of, that have been restored and are now considered treasures of our little portion of East Nashville. We all benefit from the sacrifices those owners made to renovate and save homes that were considered unlivable. I am the beneficiary of someone else's dedication to the beauty and significance of older homes. The home I lived in had been turned into 4 apartments for several decades, but the Payne family in the 80s saw the potential in it. They purchased it and turned it back into a single-family home. I've lived in this house since 2003, and I love it. I am so grateful for the Payne family and the enormous amount of work and money they spent turning it back into a single-family home as it was originally meant. It definitely still needs work, but I feel blessed to be the caretaker of it. And I We, my husband and I, continually to work on restoring it and keeping it in as good a condition as we can for the next generation that will have the pleasure of living in it. I ask that you please vote to deny the demolition permit for 949 Russell Street and give this wonderful, beautiful house a chance to be saved, renovated, and enjoyed by future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonny Aldridge. I live at 821 Fatherland Street. I'm an attorney here in town. I've practiced for 37 years. For 35 of those years, I've lived at 821 Fatherland Street. And I was thinking about the crack house that the guy mentioned just a few minutes ago. I live 2 doors down from that crack house. That crack house is now a lovely single-family home with a lovely family living in that house. And that, to me, is what the character of Edgefield is all about. I'd written you all a letter. I had made some notes about the ordinance and about how this party had not met the burden of proof. I think my neighbors have all addressed those issues today, and I do think that the applicant has not met the burden of proof and that there are plenty of more facts that respectfully need to be considered, the most important of which is my concept of what an economic hardship is. This party bought the property in September of 2020 after the Bart's tornado, knowing full well what they were getting into. The ordinance says that the hardship must not have been created by the previous actions or inactions of any person having an interest in the property. The purpose of historic zoning is not to reward developers for purchasing property and demolishing. It's to preserve the property when the property can be preserved. And so I urge you to very carefully consider your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Bob Campbell-Smith. I live at 803 Fatherland. I've been in the neighborhood since 1987 and have renovated a house or two and, non-professionally, and then I became a contractor and have worked on houses. I'm a retired contractor at this point. But something that stands out to me in the report that staff put out, there is a page, and what's interesting, the developers are saying it can't be renovated, and they're trying to prove this with engineers, but they have a page that says it gives their renovation estimate. So they must think it can be renovated. And that amount was $688,000. That seems a little high to me, but we'll go with it. They bought the property for, I think, $335,000. Give or take, that's just over $1 million. With the comps that we're presenting, this house can sell at a profit. At being renovated and can sell at a profit, $1.2 million. Whatever. That's what the houses are going for there. And this makes no sense to me that a private contractor, that a private business buys this and says, oh, we have a hardship. We're not going to make enough money. And I think, I don't know what's going on here, but Apex Builders on their Facebook page has a picture and says, bragging, another teardown. Maybe they came into this from the very beginning to try to get this to happen. Again, please don't do this. Please let them buy. There are multiple non-conforming houses in our neighborhood. Let them buy one of those. If they don't want to renovate it, sell it. Get their money back. We've got people who are interested in it. And let them buy one of the non-conforming, and they can do what they want under your guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, y'all. I'm Carol Norton. I live at 801 Basketball Street, and I've lived in Edgefield since 1977. I'm here representing Rediscover East, and letters went to our board, and they all approved me speaking on behalf of that group to restore and save 949 Russell. I was a member of your commission, our commission, when the first application for economic hardship was made many years ago. And the economic hardship issue and our historic zoning guidelines can be complicated and, excuse me, sometimes misunderstood. But staff expressed it very well in the first application from this property. I commended staff at that time for their thorough and accurate assessment of the property in question and the initial denial for that request. However, the reversal of the position is especially concerning to me and my neighbors, as you've heard, including, but not limited to these reasons. The current owner applicant purchased the property in its tornado damaged condition, so they knew what they were getting. And in the words of one of our former neighbors, Mr. Parker, who is an attorney, he said to another previous developer, "You didn't do your due diligence." So if they bought this property knowing that it had termite damage, why use that as an excuse? If they didn't know, then they didn't do their due diligence. And sadly, they allowed it to remain exposed to the elements and receive additional damage, and it's a prime example of demolition by neglect, a term we've heard all too often. The applicant has no experience in historic preservation construction, and as you saw from the poster, they brag about another one bites the dust. Their new application includes rendering of replacements that would not be approved, the tall and skinnies, as they've come to be known. Comps provided by the applicant aren't accurate for the current historic properties. Quite the contrary, we're reaping the benefits of becoming very popular among new neighbors. There is no new hardship when there are at least 4 neighbors, you heard from one of them today, that are willing to restore this property. I trust any one of them because they have experience with historic properties. In the 80s and 90s, people came to Edgefield and restored homes, and that is when, if any of y'all are old enough, some of you are, I can see your gray hair, when interest rates were in double digits. What are they now? The late Charlie Williams would say, in Edgefield back then, taking the fifth means how many loans you have on your house. And he was an attorney, for those of you who didn't have the pleasure of knowing him and his wit. The Metro Historic Commission has in the past been our front line of defense, our champion, our supporter at all costs against all foes. It is because of you we became Nashville's first neighborhood historic preservation district. Efforts starting in Edgefield spread to East End, Laughlin, and beyond, a veritable renaissance for East Nashville. It is because of you we were featured in the 2009 National Trust Convention in Nashville, the prestigious evening tour, and in various workshops throughout that event. It is because of you we have been the example of appropriate infill in historic districts and featured in the National Trust publication on such. We don't want or need infill at 949. We want the historic home. From Edgefield, a design study, From Edgefield, a design study in 1977, a document the Historic Commission commissioned, and the year after, when we became that first neighborhood historic preservation district, tiptoeing through council to achieve that zoning, through the RUDAP process and rebuilding following the tornado in 1998, through the trials and tribulations before and since, including this year's tornado, you have been our mainstay. You stood shoulder to shoulder with us when weather dealt us a couple big whallops, and you've been proud to show us off and share our successes when we overcame those and other troubles. Because of these joint efforts, we in Edgefield have never, ever, not ever, have we lost a historic home or building to intentional demolition. Surely you will not be the commission who becomes the first to allow that to happen. 949 Russell is a beautiful, historic, and valuable anchor and gateway to our beloved Edgefield. It can be saved, and it deserves us all standing up for it to be saved. The neighborhood is here, and we expect you to stand with us again. I emphatically urge you to deny the request for demolition.
Thank you, Ms. Norton.
Greetings, Commissioners. My name is Frank Zier, and I have been a proud resident of 812 Fatherland Street since 2005. And I had the privilege of renovating that bungalow 10 years later. And I had the vision, and certainly by that time I saw where the neighborhood was going, and that was a place that I wanted to be. And I echo and passionately support the comments of my neighbors. And what I just have to share with you today is over 400 signatures of people in our neighborhood that share our sentiment. And I just wanted to share that and pass that along. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Hello. Oh yeah, it is on. Good. My name's Kristen Hackett. My husband spoke a little bit earlier. I actually wasn't going to speak today, but hearing all of my neighbors talk about this and frankly wishing that I could get the 4 years of my life back that I spent renovating our house at 1410 Eastland, I felt like I needed to get up here and say I strongly oppose demolition of this house as well. And I don't think that it should be allowed to be demolished just because someone decided to purely neglect this property after the tornado. And if this had been a patient in a hospital and we allowed a doctor to just neglect that patient after having significant injuries to them, this would be a lawsuit, and someone would be paying millions and millions of dollars to that patient. And so I think we should treat this as the house is a patient, and the person who has bought it did not do their due diligence, and they also did not uphold their duty. They're kind of in breach with their contract to the house, right? So I just think that we should not demolish this. And again, I'm sorry that it's not really polished. I really wasn't going to speak, but I really started thinking about it and I was like, geez, I wish I could get my 4 years of my life back. I should say something. So anyway, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, and you do the same.
Commissioners, I'll speak as long as everyone else is done. I know a lot of people wrote and took time, so I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak before I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tina Thompson. I live at 719 Fatherland Street. And I'm happy you all are here. I'm happy you're available for the city to help save these historic places. We are all saddened when something gets destroyed. 2nd Avenue downtown, tragic. And I passed this building and have felt that tragedy when it was so left to the elements. And I knew it had been bought by someone. I was heartbroken. I'm sorry I have to stand here and beg you all to please let this house be a part of the history, not only of Edgefield, but of Nashville. We don't have places. They're getting destroyed all the time. And years ago, I was talking to Allison, glad that the neighborhood is trying to come together and convince you all, but years ago, 10, 15 years ago, we had an old building on the corner of Fatherland and 11th, and it sold used washing machines. Maybe some of you remember that. Kendall's. And Kendall's, the owners that came before you wanted to tear it down. And I saw the owners walk around that building, tearing parts off of it to make it look more dilapidated. But you all decided miraculously, and a blessing for us and for the city, to not allow them to tear it down. Now it is the history for the corner. Everything else around it is new, beautiful, in addition to the neighborhood, but it stands as the old building, beautifully restored. And every time I pass it, I'm grateful to you. I hope I can pass 949 and be grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Lois Lane, and I live at 817 Russell.
When we moved into our house about 15 years ago, my husband came in and said, "We have a gravestone in the backyard." Fortunately, it wasn't a human buried back there, but there's a pet, a little stone for a pet named Nifty that died in 1939, which is before I was born, and I'm pretty old. So I think all of us who live in these historic homes learn to really love and appreciate them and have a greater sense of the history of the neighborhood and the people who came before us. I've worked with our neighborhood association for the last few years, and our mission has been, one of our main missions has been to preserve the neighborhood, the historic character as well as the residential nature of the neighborhood. And we have always worked with the Historic Commission and found you to be really good partners in helping us save the historic character of the neighborhood. And I have been thinking about this poor little house, this charming home. If it weren't for the Historic Commission and all the neighbors who've shown up today and been very passionate about saving it, it would have been a goner. It would have been gone by now. And it takes a lot of effort and dedication. And sometimes people complain about historic Edgefield neighbors being so passionate. But I really appreciate everybody who has spoken today, and I appreciate you listening, and I really hope you'll be able to save this building. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, last call. Okay. Thank you, commissioners. I'm Councilmember Brett Withers, and I know I've heard a lot about this recently. I know that you have as well, and just the amount of information that has been presented has been a lot to go through. Some of it I had seen previously in a prior submission, and of course a lot of it was new this time. But I really wanted to come today and kind of listen to what the neighbors have put together. 1204 Russell, which was before you earlier in this agenda, is a case where the house was in very, very, very bad shape in all facets, and the owner had brought a demolition request, which was denied at that time, and I think that was the right decision. But one of the things that the East End neighborhood was able to do in that case that I thought was really helpful, not every neighborhood could do it, but Edgefield can, and just as well as Eastwood or East End, is that they put together, they didn't sort of rely on a renovation project from decades ago. They really used current comps and cost estimates based on a lot of work that's going on in East End and Lockland Spring, but it's fresh information. And I think that fresh information is really, really helpful in establishing whether or not there is truly an economic hardship. And what the East End neighborhood in their letter was able to convey to you, and you agreed with, was that, yes, there was significant damage to that structure that had been there for a long time, but that it was at least somehow feasible to repair it within market range comps. For Edgefield, a lot of information has come fairly recently. Again, I would say, I know Robin had suggested having a community meeting with the applicant and some of the engineers to at least go through that information because there is so much of it. I do think that was a good idea. It was well-intentioned just to get information out to people and answer questions. At the same time, I do have to say that given that not only were some of the board members from Edgefield were on vacation, it is prime vacation time, but also, the attorney who represents the owners was on vacation himself. It's just from a timing perspective at what didn't happen. And I think that's important. I think that I find the engineer reports to be pretty persuasive about the level of damage that has existed in the house for many years. I do find that to be persuasive. But I do feel like at the same time that this is something that has been contemplated for a long time. And Edgefield is a tough crowd, absolutely. But getting in front of the neighborhood earlier would have probably helped somewhat to at least establish more trust and more dialogue about what is appropriate or what additional ideas the neighborhood might have. I think getting in front of the neighborhood on the part of the applicant, that should have been initiated earlier, even if maybe not every final detail was known. So I think that's an issue. It doesn't change the information. My experience with this house is that it has been in bad shape for a long time. I've been the council member for 6 years for District 6, and I want to say going back a couple of years ago, I had folks that had looked at buying it, they had wanted to renovate it, and what they had come to me and said at that time was that they couldn't make the numbers work for a renovation, and they were, or even with the daydo, and they were wanted saying, would you consider a rezoning of it, maybe to a multifamily district, the parcel next door to it is a multifamily district. Would you consider, rezoning that maybe would allow more than one daydo or something like that, where it would preserve the house, but add some info housing opportunities along the alley in a way that would be sensitive to the neighborhood context in order to make that economically feasible at that time. And I told them, I don't think that's a bad idea, but you better go talk to those neighbors. And that never happened. So that didn't move forward. But that kind of does provide that context for me. Like when I read these reports, not a lot in it surprised me. I've got neighbors that I've heard from as recently as Monday who had said, same thing. Like they walked that house, they were going to buy it pre-tornado. And when they were in the house, they kind of feared for their safety in portions of the house about collapse. And they're like, that's why we didn't buy it. They're not happy about the demolition necessarily. I think for even that neighbor and for me, I'm more concerned about the loss of the neighborhood character. I think that my concern with this building, and I can't speak for staff, but I think this is kind of where staff are coming from as well, is when you look at all these engineer reports about the amount of damage, and we think about the sum total of all of the things that would have to be taken apart at this house, what would be left, right? That for me is kind of convincing, and I think that's probably where staff is as well. At the same time, one of the things I heard from one of the neighbors on South 10th Street, I think is really true to what I've heard from neighbors who live right nearby, is that it is a safety hazard for the neighborhood. They do want something to happen soon. It is. It is.
Please.
If you can please give me respect.
Please.
He's not respecting us.
Please. He is on the podium, and please respect our council member.
So there is a safety concern with having a building that is exposed to the elements, and people sometimes get into it and things like that. That is a valid concern. And they want something to happen relatively soon, which I think is also appropriate. And that we need to preserve as much of this building as we can. And so that really is what I come to, is to say that this building, someone needs to come with a plan for how they are going to preserve this building. And that's the appropriate plan that you should be considering, and not demolition. That could come back as it does have two family entitlements. You could reconfigure the house in some way in the rear. It could be with a daydo or something like that. But what I think is appropriate is that someone needs to come with a plan, even if they want to say that, like, hey, we need additional units and they need to talk to those neighbors. That's going to be a really, really tough sell. But whatever that is, what you need to be considering is a plan for how this is going to be saved. I think in particular, this is my opinion, but in particular, the front facade and the porch features of the house, those are really character-defining features of the neighborhood. It's possible that you could reconfigure the rear portion of the house and it wouldn't matter as much. But that view shed of the front portion of the house with the gables and the L-shaped porch, some of the architectural details, there's a really, really unusual dormer window over the porch that's really, really interesting. I haven't seen that anywhere else. We need to preserve that somehow. There's an arch window in the front with some different materials. They're truly unique, characteristic things about this structure. And it would be a tragedy if they were lost. Now, in terms of how you get that done so that they can be retained, that's a more difficult someone smarter than I am about home projects needs to figure that out. But I do think that something needs to happen soon. I don't think that this demolition request is appropriate at this time. I do think that someone needs to, even if it's the current owner, but someone needs to come forward with a plan of how to save this building. From the code standpoint, what I will share as well, I mean, obviously, every neighborhood in East Nashville values their overlay just as much as Edgefield does, but we have lost a lot of houses from the tornado, as well as there's another one on your agenda later today in Laughlin Springs that's for a demolition request of a contributing structure unrelated to the tornado. That does happen. But someone needs to come up with a plan for how they're going to preserve this building, and that's the appropriate thing to do in this case, and not demolition at this time. I'm persuaded of that. So again, I am persuaded by the engineer reports that we have. I think that you keep coming up with very similar answers because I think that's just the status of the building. I think neighbors maybe from the Edgefield side didn't have quite as much time maybe to provide as much of an analysis of comps in advance as well as East End did in that particular case. But I think they've started working on it, and I'm persuaded that they're right, that you could come up with a sale price for this property, even as a single-family home, well over $1 million. I believe that's right. I'm not an appraiser, but I believe that's true. I'm not hearing, I'm hearing the engineering side about damage, but I'm not hearing what that cost estimate would be to actually do all these repairs. And so I'm not convinced that an economic hardship exists just yet, and we need to get something going soon. From the codes department side, obviously we did have a tornado, we had a pandemic, and the codes department also faced a challenge in addition to staffing, in addition they're not being able to go into a lot of buildings from the tornado. One of the things that they struggled with as well is that the environmental court was closed. So the codes department does have at its authority an ability to force people to secure a building or do things like that. But during this last year and a half or so, it's really been difficult to enforce that because of a lack of staffing, a lack of an ability to get out during COVID, as well as the courts being closed. The courts are back open now. So I think some of these cases of neglect of properties being left exposed to the elements, it's easier to enforce that now than it was even a few months ago. And I would also hope that in encouraging something to happen, that historic staff can work with the codes department to, force the owner to secure the building or to take steps to start remedying the property immediately, because there is that kind of safety concern about animals and intrusion. So those are my thoughts. Like I said, I really wanted to get everyone a chance to speak. I'm concerned about the viability of retaining the structure just because of the amount of damage. I'm concerned about that. But I think even in that case, reconstruction is really what my goal is, at least as towards the front portion of the house that's most characteristic. If it were to be found that it weren't to be retained, I think that it should be reconstructed. But again, that's not entirely what's before you. But those are my thoughts. I appreciate everyone coming out today, and I know this is a difficult case, but I do not feel today that the economic hardship case has been sustained.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
May I have a response or not?
No, ma'am.
Anybody?
No, I think you've had your time as well, and so the rebuttal will be from the applicant. And again, we know how passionate you all are. We get this, and please know that we will deliberate this very seriously. So just as a comment, we know you want to speak. We get it. We get how passionate this is. So thank you for that, and thank you for showing up.
I would like to extend that as well. We understand the passion. The owner, it's not as welcoming into the neighborhood. I kept hearing the word preservation. What we're working with is a structure needing of a resurrection. It is, to the analogy of one of the homeowners of malpractice and doctors, this is like taking a dead body into the emergency room, based on facts from engineers. We've done our due diligence working directly with Metro Historic for a year plus. Every direction advised, we've went that direction. I think there's some misinformation that's stated clearly in the staff recommendation. This house has had tarps on it. It's significantly cleaner than it was the day after the tornado. This is not a money issue. This is a structure and codes, structural integrity issue. As the International Residential Code becomes more and more stringent, it becomes far more difficult to meet safety guidelines. Right now, we have a house that is considered by professionals and people who have dedicated their life to structures and advocates of Metro Historic. These are the engineers recommended to us that preserve these houses. I'm a designer. I've worked all through Boscobel. I've worked all down Fatherland. I've worked for a design build company. Apex was a former employee of mine. And for the record, now does my time earlier extend into this?
You have the 2-minute rebuttal.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr.
And
Harper.
so, in no way are the builders, for the record, to clear anyone up, the builders are not part of, everybody was brought in based on the recommendation to reach out to them.
Okay.
The engineer's information supersedes anything of any builder.
Your time is up.
So my time from earlier cannot be.
Is his time up?
It's up. It's my understanding you reserve up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, your rebuttal's to 2 minutes.
We hope that you make your decision on facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Okay. Public hearing has been quite interesting. And thank you for your time, and commissioners, thank you as well. So we're going to close public hearing, and you're welcome to stay and listen. Commissioners? I do, as chair, want to sort of echo some things that I've heard over the times that I've been here. And, demolitions come more often to us than we like. And we also are very concerned about demolition by neglect. That's the elephant in the room. So we are very passionate about the work that we do, and we try to preserve in our best intentions to follow each neighborhood design guideline. So whatever decision that we make today, we've thought about it hard. I'm sure the commissioners have reviewed these documents because I know them, and also the staff, and I want to thank the staff for working with the applicant for over a year. I know I have seen physically this project twice. I've been on site twice, and I've also looked at the foundation and things, so I get it. I'm sure some others have seen it as well. So we don't take this lightly. Again, whatever decision that we make today is thought of very seriously, and we don't want to set any precedents because that's really what our charge is. But our charge is to follow the design guidelines, and there you have it. So we will have discussion in a moment.
I'll start, since this is my neighborhood. I'm a East Nashville resident, so I might as well lead the charge here. I spent a lot of time reading all of the documentation. I read every public comment letter. I read the engineering reports, each one at least 3 times. I have pages of notes here that I intended to read from, but I'm not going to because I boiled them down into about 5 points. I do not agree with the staff recommendation for demolition. This house can be rehabilitated, as is stated in the engineering report. Specifically, I'm thinking of EMC's report. That's the one that seems to be leaned on most. I agree with neighbors' concerns about the integrity of our overlays and the owner's intentions. I don't think that this meets the definition of economic hardship, and I think we as a commission and the staff need to maybe have a called meeting or some additional education about what economic hardship means from a legal perspective in the context of historic preservation. And I do have something I will say about that. I looked up, was it the National Preservation Institute? I can't remember the name of it right now. There's a lot of ways to define economic hardship. Two things that jump out to me are, one is that an owner is denied all reasonable use of their property following the result of a commission's vote on either to approve demolition or deny a project. In this case, there is, in my opinion, that has not been proven that there's no possible use for the property. Two, that the cost of rehab exceeds the value of the property once it is fully rehabilitated. I don't think that's been proven in the staff report or the engineering reports. In fact, we don't have that information. So that's a big gap in the report that needs to be taken into consideration. I think we need to have a bigger conversation about what economic hardship is in the first place so that we can make informed decisions. Wrapping up, I take issue with the staff report statement that the EMC and other engineering reports recommend demolition, because they don't recommend demolition. In fact, in the EMC report, I don't think the word demolition even is used. It does say they don't recommend restoring the house, but that's maybe semantics, but it is different. So does, as many people in the public said, it does outline a scope of work for rehabilitating the house. So I think that it can be done. So in closing, thank you all for coming out. I see you, I hear you, I'm your neighbor, and I will be opposing the move for demolition.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I would like to thank all the public and especially very passionate Edgewood, East Nashville neighborhood, because you are the one started this movement. You are the one literally living, saving historic Nashville, and you're still continue to do so, and really appreciate that. And at the same time, I do appreciate the staff. I know how hard you all work. So for that note, I kind of hate to disagree with your conclusion, but I do disagree with several points. So since we are talking about economic hardship, I would like to go with 1258 and why I do disagree with that. Number one, cost of demolition and comparison. And I think as far as estimate, we have only one page or maybe 2 pages, the restoration total with $668,000. I think that's it. We do not have any other detailed cost comparison. And of course, demolition will cost $10,000 to $45,000. It's a giving, but it does not, to me, it does not qualify for Section 1 of economic hardship. Section 2, engineering report. Yes, engineering report was submitted, but the same as, Commissioner Price, I have read it, but it does not convince me to qualify for that economic hardship for Section 2. Just because there was engineer report does not qualify that will correlate to economic hardship. And amount paid, so that the current owner had paid $335,000 or something like that in that number. Yeah. So, this is a very interesting property because, August 14th, 1920, August 14, 2019. The property was sold from, I believe that was a long-term resident. It was sold to Music City Holding, LLC. At the same time, same day, that same property was sold to 1101 E56 LLC. The amount, first transaction was $485,000. Then, same day, same time, or maybe hours or a few minutes later, the same property was sold to 1101 E56 LLC, $503,000, going up $15,000 on the same day. I don't know why. And then, so Music City Holding LLC, the individual now sold to Mr. Robert Huggins and JTRE1 LLC. So that individual belongs to Music City Holdings, belongs to some corporation. I'm not going to say the company, but their corporation model was find the investment property in Nashville, wholesale investment property. So, of course, everybody has freedom. Everybody has freedom to buy the house, and then everybody has freedom to do what they choose to do so. But looking at all this transaction, what gets me is this new person do not respect his strict contract. Seems like do not have any intention to preserve or restore or within that historic context. And especially, in the staff report, it was timeline. So this transaction especially took place after the newest one took place after the tornado. And then, so that time, I believe there was already some, because architect was already working with that previous company, and then new owner took place. So the drawing from the architect, it shows duplex connected by connector. And of course, it mimics existing structure, but it shows duplex. So that implies to me this new owner do not have any intention to preserve or restore, rather going for this new architect. That's what new owner bought into. So I have lots of concern because we don't want our precious Nashville historic zoning area in market for theater, demolition, so the whole new investment company market. So for that reason, with this, section 1258, so I have not addressed section 8, hardship. Because of the timeline after purchase, they have not done anything to, rather than topping, anything to restore, anything to protect current structure, as far as I can tell. So in that time lapse, seems like hardship is rather self-imposed because they do not do due diligence to protect further that structure. So to me, so economic hardship 1258, I respectfully, it hurts me, but I respectfully disagree with staff analysis. So for that, I am not comfortable or I'm not in favor recommending demolition at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll echo some statements that have been made already, but specifically I want to, keep it to the guidelines. While there's been some emotional, and there is emotion tied to a lot of this, especially when it comes to the place where we live and rest our heads, I think the evidence of willingness of others to repair while is maybe not relevant to the decision that we have to make. I know people are present. passionate about preservation, but while it is hoped would happen in most any situation with a historic asset of this quality, that's not relevant. I will say, with respect to the staff's analysis and the evidence that was both presented here today and that was previously submitted, I am compelled by items 1, 3, and 8 in the design guidelines, specifically that I'm going to go in reverse order. Item 8, I've not seen. I did visit. I was one of the commissioners who visited the structure in 2020, in March of 2020, and so I did lay my eyes on it. I'm not relying on pictures necessarily. At the time, the house was unsecured, and it seems to be unsecured at this point. While tarpaulins had, I think, been loosely applied, certainly some maintenance is required on an asset of nearly $500,000 or something that was sold at a loss for $300,000. I would think that some additional care would be taken to secure an asset of that value. No evidence has been presented that any action was taken to keep the weather out to cause further damage, and that's the staff's in the staff's recommendation that it meets Section 8 is a bit dubious in my view of in my experience with this case. I am certainly compelled with engineer's report. I work professionally with EMC engineer, but that engineer's report alone is, in my view, is itself not necessarily guarantee the ability to demolish. With respect to the comps that were presented here today and what limited information we have about what it would take to repair, to address the structural deficiencies that were identified in the report and that are present in this House, I am compelled by the comps that were presented here today, and that the applicant would not be suffer an economic hardship if that's considered, given the purchase price and the price to the loose price to rehabilitate the house. And that's really all I've got.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
I echo what's been said, I think very detailed, in a detailed manner by my previous commissioners. As I was reviewing these documents and with everything, it is a lot of the economic hardship requests that we get. It has to do with, the owner just not being able to afford what needs to be done to the home, which again, that's one that I've seen more often. And this, to me, is a different, and that still isn't what we have to then, no, we look through the 8 pieces that we need to, that the applicant needs to submit to us in a sufficient manner. And this case is, different than that, in my opinion. And, as we're going through, I agree with all the deficiencies that I don't believe have been met for this demolition requirement. I also work with these engineering companies and respect, and like your councilperson said, they are very serious engineer reports. I'm not saying that these are easy problems to solve. I don't have the answers, but I don't think working for a builder, not having any information besides, one page perhaps, I think that they need to work in, a builder and an engineer needs to work in tandem, get in this building and see what can be done to save this property. And so at this point, I'm not in favor of approving a demolition.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Quick thing, I guess, to add.
Yes.
A note that I had left out. I think our charge is as a commission is not necessarily to guarantee a profit to anybody that appears before us. And if I'm incorrect in bringing this to the discussion, certainly that can be adjudicated in environmental court, and we can be told differently from that. So I did want to add that.
Duly noted.
Witnessing what happened here today, if anyone in Nashville is worried about the heart and soul of Nashville, all they have to do is witness what happened here today from the neighborhood, Edgefield neighborhood. And I just want to say, we welcome you here. We appreciate your passion for Nashville, and that it's folks like you that will help us keep our soul in the midst of a lot of new people coming that just want to kind of try to do what they think is best. And I probably didn't, you probably didn't maybe understand, and maybe some of the new staff members didn't understand the what I've witnessed coming out of the Edgefield neighborhood for as long as I've been here in Nashville, which is a long time. And so I just wanted to express my appreciation for your neighborhood and every single person who came up to speak so passionately. And I've been by this house. I did not go in, but it is a beautiful house. And if we can take what EMC said as far as the cost of renovation and what the developer paid for it, I think that it will be a great project. It's not going to be easy, but, and so I agree with my fellow commissioners here that, and I'm sorry that that staff has chosen this, but somehow I don't think they had much of a choice by seeing all the engineer reports. And but you will soon learn that we have pockets here in Nashville who will make us look at things a little bit differently and with a little more depth and a little more art. And so that's my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chairman, you know, I too have the same history with EMC and other engineers. Highly respect what they have reported here and their approach that here's what it would take to rehabilitate the structure. It's not a small amount of work. It's foundations, it's walls, it's roofs, it's virtually everything. And but it's outlined in that report. I do not find the comparables and the cost estimate to be compelling that it creates an economic hardship. And based on that, I make a motion that we deny this application for demolition.
Yes, we will hold that. Yes.
Slow on the draw.
No one. It's all right, Dr. Williams.
First, I want to commend the staff for your hard work on this. I appreciate this. This was a difficult thing to work through. But I also want to commend the public response to this and the passion that you have for preservation. I wish we could bottle this up and sell it to the rest of the city. But I tried to go through all the documents, and the one thing that resonated with me was whether or not this economic hardship was self-imposed or not. I tried to be judicious, but I couldn't see where steps were taken to preserve this place after it was purchased. What I'm saying today is my thoughts echo those of my fellow commissioners. I'm going to vote against demolition.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else would like to? I think we have one more commissioner that hasn't.
Everyone has just said everything so eloquently and has gone through each point that's required to prove economic hardship, and I agree with everything that's already been said, and don't feel that burden has been proven at all, and believe that the property has the value it was purchased for to this day.
Okay. There is a motion by Vice
Second.
Chair Stewart. Oh, yes. Oh, did you second? Commissioner Mosley seconded. Okay. Any other comments or discussion? This has been a good one, and it has been a difficult one again. I think we're actually learning a lot from these kind of projects that come before us, and the discernment that we have to be as a commission I do thank each of you and your time and how you've looked at this. It was a lot of information. It was 192 pages. And also looking at on-site and just having, it was helpful to see the comps on this, which was not included in the applicant's information. So whoever gave that, that's pretty awesome. It is hard for us to, we're still learning about demolition and economic hardship. So don't think we know everything. Don't expect us to know everything, but we are learning from it in this process. So it's a collaboration with us and the community. So know that we are preservationists, and your staff, the Metro Historic Zoning staff, works very hard at these projects, and I can just see how difficult it was for them to first in March say disapproval and to say approval now. So just know that was a balance for them. So be kind to the staff when you make your appeals. And we had a first, a second, and now those who vote for the motion, please say yes. Yes. Okay. Any opposed? I do not hear any, so the motion passes. So commissioners, it is now almost 5 o'clock, and we still have a good number on our plate. Can we take a 10-minute break? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone. Okay, they're not listening to me. Where's my little gavel? Knock, knock. We're starting. I think we are on 1501 Cedar Street. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes,
Thank you, Ms. Jenny.
It's 1501 Cedar Lane. I'm in charge of this. Okay. So this is an application for the construction of an outbuilding in Belmont Hillsborough. This is the one that Councilperson Cash spoke about earlier, saying that he supported. This neighborhood opted out of the consolidated guidelines, and thus this project is not being reviewed under those new guidelines, rather the previous NCZO guidelines. So there are two issues with the design. First, the guidelines do not allow for wall dormers, and the project does propose one. So staff recommends that this dormer be inset by the required 2 feet. The second issue is the ridge height. According to the applicable guidelines, the ridge is capped at 25 feet, but it cannot exceed the height of the primary structure. The Commission has previously considered the height of primary structures from finished floor to help account for changes in grade. The house is a good example of a primary structure that picks up some foundation height in the rear, but where the primary structure is quite modest. Staff measured the house from finished floor at this red line and found it to be about 20 feet tall. The proposed outbuilding is 25 feet tall. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of the outbuilding with the conditions that the dormer shall be inset by 2 feet and that the ridge height shall be reduced to be less than the ridge height of the house as measured from finished floor, and that staff shall approve the final materials. Now, the applicant is here and he would like to speak.
Thank you, Jenny.
Applicant?
Hi, I'm William Smallman. I live at 1503 Clayton. Want to just full disclosure, I'm not the owner. I've just been hired to build it. He's an attorney. He's in mediation. He couldn't be here. I told him I was the last person that should be arguing something for him because I'm a builder. But he threw me under the bus, so I'm here. Here is some stuff I'd like you guys to see. I only have like a handful of these absurdly large packets. I tried to email it over, but didn't work in time. So first off, the owner, his name's Josh Offutt. He's lived there in the house for 8 years. He's lived in Belmont Hillsborough for 20 years. He has support of all his neighbors. They reached out to Councilmember Cash. Councilmember Cash took the time out of his day to be here to speak in favor. The project started months ago, speaking with Sean Alexander on how to create a DADU that allows Mr. Offutt to be able to park a small camper inside his garage. We have an email which is on, I'm going to kind of go a little out of order, but starting on the third page of what you have is an email with Sean, and it's in reverse order. So on the fourth page, email 1 is stating that when there's a topography change, you can go to 25 feet as long as you are below like the sea level elevation of the front house. So it can be taller than the house as long as it's below the elevation of the ridge if you measure kind of a sea level plane. And we confirmed that multiple times. Is that correct? Yes, the outbuilding can be 1.5 stories, even if it makes the height of the building, floor to ridge, taller than the front of the house. That's how we started the whole design. And we followed up, like, are you sure? That's correct. 25 is the maximum. Thanks for the clarification. It was 5 emails we did doing that. We were talking in this one about a property on Oakland. It's a block away. We used the same information with Sean when we came up with this design for Clayton. And I didn't think it was going to be possible, mostly because of the garage door, because he wants to fit his camper in there. When we got through that, the other part is just kind of like the arbitrary nature of how the finished floor height is implemented. I cannot find one instance in Belmont Hillsborough in the last 4 years where the FFE has been used to reduce the height of a DADU when the topography slopes down, like this one. Almost every time they're going the other way. There may be others, but all I have access to, I didn't see it. But on here, there's 15 that have been approved in the past 4 years that are that using exactly what Sean and I have and like what we base this on. It's not FFE, it's been based off grade. And every one of these are taller. And I kind of went through and did the breakdown where if you do it off FFE, some of these are like 5 feet taller and they're still approved. And they're approved administratively and by the commission. It's just, there's no rhyme or reason to it. Or actually the rhyme or reason says this should be approved, but I can't figure out how there's so much, I don't know where they are if they're being measured FFE. I'm hoping staff has some others that they can show me, but nobody's been able to give me anything yet, so I don't know. But I went through, this is painstakingly absurd that I did this, but all the rest of the documents, just document this first 2 pages, where it's like, where's it measured, and you can see it all over and over and over. And the important part is we did stay out of the new guidelines. And if it's been happening for 4 years and then it's all of a sudden changed after the new guidelines, and one of the reasons the neighbors are upset and the reason Mr. Cash spoke earlier is because neighbors are feeling a little bit of like a retribution on them for not going with the new guidelines. This isn't me. This is just sharing with you guys the issue. They feel like they're having more strict guidelines are being imposed post the consolidation. And I think that was one of the main reasons Mr. Cash came to speak, is that he thinks we should stick to what actually was happening before it not firm up rules. They feel pressured to go to the new guidelines now, I guess is what they're feeling. But also the FFE, it's just not in the guidelines. You can search Control F in the guidelines, even with the italics, there's no mention of FFE when you measure for a dadu height. There's no way any reasonable person could ever think that's what it is, much less ask for guidance, not be told that, and then only be told that a couple weeks ago after months of working on it. I don't know. It's a hard thing to figure out how to process that. And the dormer issue, that's easy to fix. Like, we can inset the dormer in, zero problem with that. It's just a height thing. The height of the house, if you measure from grade, is 24 feet. We can even do that. Even though in all of these, they're not even measuring from grade. They're just allowing it to be taller at times. But if we want to put us in that box of measuring from grade, we can do that. It's 1 foot, easy to do. We even moved this garage forward. It could have been 10 feet off the alley, but we moved it 30 feet off the alley to be able to make it even shorter than the house. And that was one of the things where, like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, but if he wants his camper to fit, that's the only way to do it. So a lot has gone into this. Yeah, I wish I had more to say, but I wish Josh was here. As a neighbor, I feel like he would carry a lot more weight. Hopefully, Mr. Cash could express, I missed what he said, but I hope he expressed the concern of other neighbors that they feel like we should stick to what's been approved in the past, and that he took his time to come and represent them today. It's kind of up to you guys now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Open public hearing. Anyone here to speak or express? Okay, close public hearing unless you want to have a rebuttal. Oh, there's no rebuttal, right? Sorry, it's been a long day. Okay, close public hearing, we now have discussion.
Madam Chair, item 1, I think, was pretty, we stuck to that one pretty well. On item 2, I'm compelled by the applicant's presentation, and I personally recall times where we've got a lower backyard and that structures are, as long as don't appear taller than the house, measuring is always an arbitrary thing, or where you measure to and from is always important. But I remember cases, and the applicant, I think, has pointed them out, where this was a standard that wasn't necessarily applied to the application, and so therefore, item 2, short of finding it in the guidelines, is I'm compelled by the applicant's presentation and wouldn't put that as a condition of approval on 1501 Cedar Lane.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Clarification for me from staff. On page 9 of the staff report, it shows the ridge height of the dadu compared to the principal structure. And am I right that they're even? I mean, sorry, Jenny. So it's.
Yes, so this was a graphic that was provided to us from the applicant. It is showing that they would be even. I think what we understand, I think if I understand correctly, we have since measured, and I believe the house, if you measure the house from grade, is 24, and they're proposing that the dadu be 25. Does that sound right, William? Yes. So I think actually it would be 1 foot taller.
The grade is 4 below. They're starting below. So it's actually 1 foot. It's even. That 1 foot disappears in the grade.
Okay. So yes, he is saying it would be even.
Okay, thank you.
I'm also, I agree with Commissioner Mosley. I'm compelled by the, on this specific issue of the number 2 qualification, that, I think however it is measured, it should be no higher than the house. But I would say, there are, several instances where applicants do take advantage of these grade changes on their lots. And while, if it was a huge grading, we wouldn't want some huge structure, so there is some leeway there. But with this, I think a pretty small height differential, and that they won't be any taller than the historic house, I'm also inclined to just have recommendations 1 and 3 included.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
So what I heard was just confirming when it's done, ridge height of front main house and outbuilding will be same. So it's not exceeding, or would it be exceeding 1 foot because of that?
It'll be the same if you measure, I don't know the right way to say it, but sea level almost, then yes, it'll be the same or lower. It definitely will not be taller, but the structure will be taller from grade to grade, but definitely not at sea level.
Thank you. That's the point I wanted to confirm because, the ordinance, the outbuilding will be taller or smaller subside with the, a main house. But in this case, as long as sea level is not taller, I am compelled to not let go of condition 2. So that would be reasonable condition.
I just want to reiterate or make sure staff will check on that. Make a site visit and make sure that that's good to go. Okay.
And I think for clarity I don't know if it's in the application or just in the staff report, but there's some surveyed datums that exist for the house and then where the foundation of or where the finished grade of the outbuilding will be. And the application is for a 25-foot tall outbuilding. So those things are pretty much concrete and set. Those don't, if they want 26, I don't think that's what we're saying. The application is for 25, and the datums that have been provided to the staff are pretty set. And so as long as it's laid out in that way, I don't know that we need to add further clarity to that.
This is an issue that's come up from time to time, and in reading through on page 6 of the staff report, they list in there the guidelines, and what it says there is that the roof ridge height of the dado or outbuilding must be less than the principal building and not exceed 25 feet in height. And to be in accordance with those guidelines, it doesn't say how much less, but my sense would be that our clearest direction that would be in accordance with what the guidelines are is that it be somewhat less than the sea level height of the top of the ridge of the house. So I would suggest that we modify it to where it's in full compliance with what the requirements are.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion, Vice Chair?
Sure, I can do a motion. With respect to 1501 Cedar Lane, I recommend for approval of the proposed outbuilding, including conditions 1 and 3 of the staff recommendations, and that with respect to condition 2, that the ridge height shall be less than the ridge height of the house as measured from sea level.
Okay. Vice Chair has made a motion. Is there a second?
A little more, just one more point.
Sure.
Also, to what's in the spirit of what Cyril's saying, since the guideline does mention the figure no taller than 25 feet, I would like to add that to your motion, that the ridge height be no taller than 25 feet.
Okay. Robin, is that clear then? Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Mayhall's made the second, and all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Okay. None opposed, so the motion passes. Thank you. Robin might want some.
All right. The next item on the agenda is 2111 Early Avenue. This house is a circa 1925 bungalow that contributes to the historic character of the Eastwood Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. The request is to demolish an existing rear addition and to construct a new addition that extends 4 feet taller than the historic house. Staff finds that the proposed demolition of the existing covered exterior access to the basement can be appropriate given the location of that addition at the rear, as well as the separate roof form. The proposed addition is located, So then looking at the site plan, the proposed addition does meet all base zoning setbacks. So the application is for a 1 1/2 story addition to a 1-story house. As proposed, the addition would be 4 feet taller. Section 6B5 of the guidelines states that taller rear additions may be appropriate when, quote, the historic building is 1 or 1 1/2 stories tall and 1 to 2 feet of additional height will allow for usable second-story space that otherwise is unavailable, end quote. This section further states that the addition should not extend more than 2 feet above the main roof form of the historic building, and that the portion that extends taller should be all roof as seen from the street. In this case, the house is approximately 19 feet 8 inches tall, and it appears that an addition that extends only 2 feet taller may not be able to achieve usable second-story space. In addition, the proposal incorporates a front-facing dormer that would be visible from the street and accentuate the massing of the addition. This dormer does not meet Section 6B5 of the guidelines, which states that the portion of the proposed addition that extends taller than the historic building is all roof as seen from the street. The addition has a bit of a complicated roof form. While the roof forms and pitches themselves could be appropriate for an addition, staff finds that the roof forms do not meet Section 6B9, given that the proposed addition is 4 feet taller than the house and incorporates a front-facing dormer that will be visible from the street. So here's the proposed right elevation and the rear. And in conclusion, staff recommends disapproval of the project, finding that it does not meet sections 6A1 for design, 6B2 for scale, 6B3 also for scale, 6B5 taller rear additions, 6B8 for height, and 6B9 for roof slope.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Is the applicant here?
Hi, I'm Caitlin Smouse. I'm at 912 Bailey Street. I am the architect for this project. I just kind of want to reiterate, can I go forward? Okay. Just kind of reiterate that this house is under 20 feet tall, which is very short. I work on a lot of historic homes, and that's really rare to work on a house that's under 20 feet tall. We're already kind of at a disadvantage. It is a hipped roof, so thinking about adding on to the back of this house is difficult. We obviously can't do a ridge raise. There's not enough attic space to get any usable space up there. And so in working with the homeowners, in looking at different options, to get the space that they need on 1 story is a pretty large footprint. And it extends back into a yard and it eats up green space. And so what we really want to explore is something that is taller than the house and gets them some space upstairs, even, it's not a lot. And as Melissa said, at 2 feet taller, we can't get usable space up there. It's so short. So we are asking for 4 feet taller because of that. And I also just want to say that, even though we are 4 feet taller, we've tried to take every possible way to mitigate the impact from the street. So we've clipped, the gables, the dormers are hipped. The actual addition sits, it's not the full width of the house. It's over to the side. It's on the side that actually has a taller house next door. And actually, the part that is 4 feet taller, this is really hard to read on here, but it's almost 44 feet back from the front of the house. And then the bulk of the roof is about 10 feet beyond that. So we're really pushing that height to the back as far as we can so that what you see from the street is, you really don't see much from the street. That's the picture, obviously, from the street. 2111 is on the right. The house on the left is 24'8", I believe, so will be taller than the addition that we're proposing. So I went ahead and I built a really simple 3D model to try and show what that actual view from the street is, because I do think elevations can be a little misleading in situations like this. So this is from the opposite side of the street, the opposite sidewalk. Obviously what's in blue is the addition. And I mean, you know, you can see a portion of that from this area. That's straight on, you know, from the front door of the house on the other side of the street. It does not appear to be taller than the house. You can see it peeking to the left because of the hipped roof of the, you know, existing house. And then that is from the other side. So, I mean, you know, I understand that 2 feet is in the guideline. We're just asking to look at another way to kind of deal with this really short house. So I'm available for any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Open public hearing.
Thank you, Commissioners. Councilmember Withers, while I'm here, I'm really familiar with this street. This little portion of Eastwood is a little bit unique in Eastwood. Eastwood has a lot of different sort of areas within it, but if you go down the streets Pontotoc and Early, it has a really different feel than kind of the bungalow cottage feel of the rest of the neighborhood. You have a lot more brick elements typically. Some of these really stylized but often very low houses like this one. But materials are a little bit different, but there's a really unique feel on Pontotoc and Early, I guess I would say, than in the rest of the neighborhood. Eastwood is kind of a cottage neighborhood anyway, but especially those streets. That area, actually, the area where Bailey's School was the home of John Early, and when he sold off this portion of his estate that was called Pontotoc, that's why the streets were called Early and Pontotoc. So they were all kind of built at a particular time, kind of in the 20s time period, and you do see a lot more brick elements and some different architectural styles than on the rest of the neighborhood. I am sympathetic to the homeowners over there because I know folks that have owned those homes, and doing additions to them can be challenging sometimes with a low height house. I appreciate the work of the architect on this to do a sensitive addition. I think what I'm a little bit bothered by the number of different things that are still found in violation of the design guidelines by this design. I think that is a little bit concerning to me. And I think, and this is my opinion only, one of the things that maybe stands out a little bit most to me is actually the window in the addition that faces toward the street. I think that sort of calls attention to itself more than maybe other elements of it. That may be a minor quibble, but I think that having that number of different things that are in violation is of the guidelines or differ from the guidelines is probably problematic. And I'm wondering if the architect can maybe keep working on this one just a little bit more. I think it's a good project overall, but I do worry about overpowering that street because it has such a unique feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Okay, anyone else? If not, I'll close public hearing. Commissioners' discussion. Oh, and rebuttal. Sorry about that.
Caitlin Smouse again. I mean, I think the only violation, I mean, the dormer facing the street and then the height of it are the violations, right? I mean, or not violations, but what we're kind of talking about, is that?
So some of these elements are found in multiple sections. Definitely the 4 feet being 4 feet taller, the forward-facing dormer being visible from the street. I mean, the roof form is quite complicated, and I think that is by design to help conceal the addition. And while individually you see those components, you know, nearby, all together it does create a fairly complicated roof form. So I think those are the main issues.
I mean, yeah, the complicated roof form is just to push back the height and to get the space we could possibly get up there, which is 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. I will say if the problem is that front-facing dormer, you know, obviously that's something that maybe we lose a bedroom up there, but that may be something that we can work with. Our main concern is really the height, because again, at 2 feet taller, we can't do anything up there. So if the dormer is a point, then, you know, that is something we can definitely work with. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
One quick question before you sit back down, sorry. Yeah. Can you, I know we don't do plans and review and get into your business, but can you talk a little bit about what program is upstairs? Because if we say no, it's like, well, then, you know, like what can I do here with an addition on this house to meet the applicants, to meet your client's needs and within a reasonable amount of not doing it, 6 times to get to something that's
Yeah.
agreeable.
So I'll go back to the plans. The plans aren't on here, are they? So it's a 3-bedroom house. We have a master downstairs. There's the whole front of the house is living space. There's 2 bedrooms downstairs in the existing house with 1 bathroom. And so the goal is to get to a 3-bedroom house. So we have a master. We're connecting the living space to the backyard with a new living space. And then the stairs are in the middle of the house. So again, complicated room form. I know it's not something I like to do, but just to try to minimize the height. That flat roof area that connects to the house is obviously so that we're not taller than the existing house. We're connecting the ridge under that. The stairs are located in that area and end where that hipped roof is. So the hipped roof, the small hipped roof, is to actually get the head height at the top of the stair. Then there's a bedroom at either end of the addition with a bathroom in between. So, yeah, the big set of doors on the new living space and the smaller set is in the master. That helps.
Any other questions? Okay. Did you finish with your, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we'll close public hearing. Commissioners?
I really like this house when I saw it on the packet. This is a really interesting street in that neighborhood. And, while I definitely appreciate all the work that the architect has done to work with their client, solve the need for the space that the client has in a way that, is thinking about the guidelines. Definitely a lot of work went into this, but the fact of the matter is it's a very small house. And, we're not here to solve people's space problems. We're here to take care of the buildings and the homes and respect those with alterations and additions to those homes. And so with that in mind, I don't find this addition to fit the size scale of the original home, which, yes, is unfortunate, for some, but if you need more space, it's a small home. I live in a townhome with 2 bedrooms. If I ever wanted a 3rd bedroom, I can't have it. So it's, that's just the fact of the matter, in my opinion, for this house. And so I agree with staff's opinion on this and their full recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I don't take issue with the staff's analysis or their findings. But I am asking myself, so where does that leave the applicant and the homeowner? And I think, based on this, craftively sort of using all the tricks as the architect has done to try to minimize this, we still haven't gotten there. And I think in this case, it might be maybe not desirable by the homeowner, but preferable in terms of meeting the guidelines that the house would have the addition would have a larger footprint, and that might be the more appropriate solution in this case to, while it's not efficient in terms of exterior wall and there's cost and all kinds of other things, we don't necessarily figure those things out for folks, but that having seen this and knowing the lengths that both have gone to try to get there, that might be as a maybe a suggestion to the applicant to say, well, here was this, and now this is better, and I think it might require squeezing another bedroom downstairs. The architect has tons of talent. We've seen it before. So I think that would be short of just saying, thanks, try again. I think that might be more appropriate in looking at the analysis of this, because it is a very compact and reserved in terms of footprint addition to a single-story house.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioner.
We don't require the floor plans to be part of these submissions, but it's a lot of times helpful to see those as part of the submission and appreciated. And what they've done is a reasonable and compact layout for that. This is not a 4 or 6 bedroom house, but I tend to agree with Commissioner Mosley in that on the site plan, there's 55 feet from the back property line to the back of the proposed addition. So I think this might be appropriate to take it further back in, even though you sacrifice some of the backyard. I don't really see how we'd get there with the current approach to be able to provide 2 bedrooms up there without violating so many of the tenets of the guidelines that it would jeopardize what we do here.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
I agree with the previous statements by my fellow commissioners. I think that appreciate the architect's work. I know it's difficult working with your clients and getting what they want and pleasing us. But yeah, I think that you're going to have to move it further out into the backyard, find another solution that does come into compliance with the guidelines. So with that said, on 2111 Early Avenue, I move that we adopt the staff recommendation of disapproval of the project.
Okay, there's a motion. A second by Commissioner Johnson. All those other discussion? We're good? Okay. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? None, I hear. So the motion passes. Thank you.
All right, the next item is 1109 Porter Road. This is an application to demolish a non-contributing house and to construct a new duplex infill with an outbuilding that does not include a dwelling unit. The house at 1109 Porter Road was permitted in 1988. Given the later date of construction, staff finds that the house does not contribute to the historic character of the Eastwood neighborhood and that its demolition meets the guidelines. So the lot at 1109 Porter Road is large, with 75 feet of frontage and approximately 239 feet of depth. However, it is not atypical of the context, as lots with historic homes on this block of Porter Road tend to be large, with street frontages that range from 50 feet to 100 feet wide. The historic context on this block of Porter Road includes 3 historic homes. One is located to the left of the subject property, what you see in the top photo on the left, and 2 are located directly to the right of the property. All 3 of these historic homes are modest 1 and 1.5 stories. The maximum height and width of these contributing houses are approximately 25 feet tall and 34 feet wide. The proposed infill for 1109 Porter Road is 25 feet tall and 34 feet wide, which matches the maximum height and width of the historic context. The new construction reads as 1 1/2 stories at the front and incorporates front dormers that are each approximately 9 feet wide and accommodate triple windows. Front dormers on historic homes on this block are smaller and tend to be the width of a paired window. So while the infill reads as 1 1/2 stories at the front, the side elevations are a full 2 stories with eave heights of approximately 19 feet for the majority of the depth. Staff finds that the 2-story scale on the side elevations combined with the width of the front dormers, as well as the overall height and width of the project, push the overall scale to a large 1 1/2 story infill that is inappropriate for the historic context. So while a 1 1/2 story infill would be appropriate for this lot, staff finds that the height and scale of this proposal overwhelm the immediate historic context. Since a revised plan addressing staff concerns would result in a redesign, staff recommends disapproval since the project does not meet Section 5A and 5B of the design guidelines. Somehow it skipped forward very quickly. Okay, so as proposed, it meets all setbacks. There's an outbuilding that meets all setbacks. It's 1 story and meets all the guidelines. However, it is not known how it would compare, the outbuilding would compare to a revised plan, and also it's our understanding that codes will not allow for the construction of an accessory structure on a lot without a primary building. So for these reasons, staff recommends disapproval of the outbuilding as well. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval of the demolition of the non-contributing house at 1109 Porter, but recommends disapproval of the proposed infill and outbuilding, finding that the project does not meet sections 5A for massing and scale, 5B for form of Part 1 of the Consolidated Design Guidelines for turn-of-the-century neighborhood conservation zoning overlays.
Thank you, Melissa. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Hey, everybody. I'm Brent Hunter, architect representing the owners of this project. Thank you all for being here, and especially to Melissa for fielding a lot of emails on this project. As you see, it's going to be a demolition, tear down, and rebuild. It's currently a front-back duplex, and we kind of went through that, hey, do we do a front-back duplex? But it quickly became clear we're not going to be able to. It's not deemed historic. So after we kind of nixed that one, we went to the side-by-side duplex and got an idea of what our maximum width would be and our maximum height. And the site plan, I think, shows a good example of us, showing that it's a 34-foot wide there. And then you can kind of see the outline of the existing front-back in red, which gives you a good idea that these footprints are very similar, especially in how they address the street and right up next to where you would be walking and experiencing this building. That being said, we would actually push and hope that you all or the staff would allow for a wider building, mainly because it's very limiting on such a big lot and is very similar to the current non-contributing structure, which we know we could get a little more allowance there, maybe. And then the height-wise, we've kept it to the 25-foot, which we're pushing the max on each side. But design-wise, what we've tried to do was use the front of the form to address that 1.5 story with the dormer, and actually step back in to kind of tuck the eaves, those higher eaves on the addition behind the roof line, and essentially try to make them disappear through the design. They're still about 2 stories high, and I have a feeling that a way to help move it forward might be to reduce those in height to make it feel more like a 1.5 story structure along the side and create some dormers for the bedrooms upstairs. The win for us, I think, would be able to add a little width to allow those dormers to get lower and the fascia lines to, keep from having a low slope roof connecting the front and the back of the house, but still get those fascia lines lower. Or work on what we would need to do design-wise for dormers at the side, which would not be, if you go to the side elevation, not using that kitchen and kind of covered porch eave there on the first floor, not using that as a representation of, bringing the scale of the side down. That was really the hope in the design, was the front, the porch, the form. You can even see the bearing of that front form is much lower than the ceiling height upstairs. So really bringing the scale down at the street, stepping it back and letting it be 2 stories at the rear was kind of the game we were playing. And it felt like a good design one for the context. But also adding that shed roof over the kitchen, we felt gave us an argument to, hey, it really is kind of addressing a 1-story building there on the side. But all that's open to interpretation. The goal here would be to allow to maybe increase the max of the width of the footprint from 34 foot to 2 foot on each side would do wonders, but that would be up to you guys. And then working with us to figure out, and staff to figure out what we need to do on the side to make the scale come down. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes if there's any public comment you want to express. Open public hearing.
All right, it's me again, Councilmember Brett Withers, and I really do have to leave after this one for my next meeting.
We appreciate you being here.
I appreciate the applicant, the architect being here. I have concerns about that, the total height, the eave height along the sides. You do have the wider lots, and so that does give you more room on the side, but that actually kind of means that that full depth of that building will be really exposed and visible when you come down the street. And I think that will really stand out next to, there's a bungalow on one side and 2 kind of Victorian houses on the other. I think that would really stand out on the street in a way that is not good. But I do think that your suggestions are really good about trying to find a way to bring it down so it does have a more true 1-story eave height on the sides. I think even having it maybe be a little bit wider, particularly toward the rear of the building, might be a good compromise. But yeah, having it more of a single-story eave height along the sides, maybe a little bit wider, maybe if not for the full portion, but at least for a portion of it, and then going more to dormers along the side for whatever makes sense with the floor plan. I think that would work a lot better for that context. It is a non-contributing duplex. One thing, just again while I'm here, is for the the garage building is, if you haven't been down that alley, it is very difficult to navigate. So, so they may need to take a look at that site plan very carefully, because it's you sort of go up Porter, and then there's a commercial building on the corner. You go behind that commercial building. It's very narrow. It's almost like someone's driveway. And then right where this parcel is, there's a curve in the curve, and it's difficult to navigate even for the mail carrier in that area. So when it comes time to look at your site plan for your outbuilding, that may be something to consider in case they need be stepped back a little bit further from that, but I'll leave that. But I appreciate hearing from the architect, and I think that the suggestions that the architect has made are good ones for how to get this duplex form to fit a little bit better in the overall context of that block. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Applicant, do you have anything else to say from comments? Okay. Close public hearing. Commissioners.
I'll jump right in. I think I agree with the staff's analysis of the plan as permitted or as presented in the application as presented. I would maybe suggest that some cross gable forms that bring the eaves down, and are bigger might be also helpful tool to use that doesn't give as much of a two-story facade appearance, that there's a little more roof that comes down. I think the applicant may have even said as much, that those are wider forms that could help with scale and bring some eaves down in addition to side dormers, just to make that, not to lower the building necessarily. It would compromise maybe some knee walls and things in rooms upstairs that will affect your plan, but I am also, I guess, compelled by widening the building slightly to, just to allow some of these things to happen and make this more compatible in terms of what the side elevations look like.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilmember Withers, sticking with us. And hearing applicant's comment and Councilmember Withers' comments, I think it confirms staff analysis is right on. So I am, the applicant and staff have more room to work it and make it better. And I think spending more time, I think they can reach appropriate design and appropriate that location. And it's getting there. Just this design is not there yet. So I fully support of the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes.
So with that, I will make a motion to accept staff recommendation to approve the demolition and also disapprove the current design and continue to work with the staff for the appropriate design.
Okay. There is a motion. Is there a second?
Just one comment. I would be wary of it. There was a comment made about making it wider. It's already the max width for the context of the street. So I would be uncomfortable with it being wider, at least visibly. In the back, let's talk about maybe in the back, but I would be uncomfortable with it being much wider, if any wider, just as a comment from me, that it is the max width of what's historical on the street.
Duly noted. I'm sure the staff will note that. Okay.
Also second.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Jones. There's a first and a second, and those in favor of the motion? Aye. None opposed, so the motion passes. Thank you. Continue to work with staff, applicant.
All right. The house at 3923 Kempalong Avenue was constructed circa 1930 and contributes to the historic character of the Woodlawn West neighborhood conservation zoning overlay. The request is to construct a rear addition that extends wider than the historic house and to construct an outbuilding that includes a dwelling unit. The plan includes reworking an existing board and batten clad rear additions that were permitted around 2007. The work includes replacing the cladding with smooth hardy plank siding and adding windows to both the rear and side facades, as well as a recessed porch with a bracketed awning on the left side. Given that the partial demolition is to a later addition, staff finds that it can meet the guidelines. The new construction would add a 1 1/2 story addition to a 1-story addition to a modest 1 1/2 story house. The addition does not more than double the footprint, is no taller, but it does extend approximately 9 feet 10 inches wider on the right side. The lot is approximately 100 feet wide at the street. So given this, staff finds that a wider addition can be appropriate in this case. Furthermore, the ridge and eave heights of the wider portion of the addition do not exceed that of the historic house. The guidelines also require that a wider rear addition be designed to leave the corners of the building visible and intact and to not wrap the corner. The proposed addition sets in 1 foot from the corner of the side gable portion of the house, which you can kind of see. So it's north of where that arrow is in relation of the plan. And it does wrap the rear corner that is shown on the 1931 Sanborn map. So here is the proposed addition, and the architect put together a footprint showing where the addition would attach if it were to meet the staff recommendation. So that's on the right. So staff would recommend that the addition attach and inset 1 foot from that rear corner and before it goes back and then extends out wider. Here are the proposed front and rear elevations. The addition is to be clad in brick, veneer, and siding with the foundation shown as brick to grade, where the cladding is masonry, and unknown in the areas where it's siding. Section 4B3 of the guidelines states that the foundation line should be visibly distinct from the predominant exterior wall material, which is usually accomplished with a change in material at the foundation level. So staff would recommend that the foundation material change so that it's not brick to grade. The proposed left elevation includes, so in the area where they're reworking the previous addition and as well as adding on with the new addition, they're showing 2 oval windows. Staff finds that these proposed window openings are not appropriate on the side facades and could be replaced with square openings or small rectangular openings that are twice as tall as they are wide. Typically, this proportion hasn't been representative of historic buildings and certainly not of this historic building. So, and it would also be appropriate to relocate those oval openings to the rear facade if so desired. All right, so here's the right elevation. The one on top shows the request that is before you that would not preserve the rear corner as recommended by staff, and then the bottom shows essentially what staff is recommending. The resulting addition may increase in depth, but that staff finds that could be appropriate in order to preserve that rear corner of the historic house. The addition meets all base zoning setbacks, as does the dadu. The dadu is 1 1/2 stories. It meets everything except for the add-on section about awnings. There's one across the garage doors, which meets the guidelines, but on the right elevation, there's an awning that spans nearly the entire width of the wall. The guidelines do say that the awning should not extend, it should cover openings only and should not extend more than 2 feet wider than that opening. So staff would recommend that it meet that guideline. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval with the following conditions: that the addition not wrap the rear corner on the right side of the historic house, the oval window openings on the left side meet the guidelines, be either square or rectangular. 3, the width of awnings on the outbuilding not cover more than 2 feet on either side of the proposed doors. 4, there will be a change in material at the foundation and line, and 5, 6, and 7 are standard conditions with regard to material approvals and utility locations. So with these conditions, staff finds that it can meet the guidelines for the Woodlawn West section. Okay. Yes, and the architect is here. I've got all of the slides in following that in order that they were submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Preston Quirk. I'm architect for Josh and Carly Taylor on this project. Carly Taylor is here, but actually has to leave in about 1 minute because of some child care obligations. So I know she'd love to stay, but is going to have to leave. As a lot of you know, I'm rarely down here making presentations. A lot of my projects, I work with the staff and get a staff recommendation, and my projects are on consent agenda. So I'm not down here often to make a presentation like this unless I feel strongly that something's not clear, or that I really feel if this was my house, I would be here making the same presentation. So I think there's some ambiguity about the guidelines and how they apply to this house in this neighborhood. The existing house is, this Woodlawn West is a little bit of a different neighborhood. It's wider lots. It's houses, I think, mostly from probably the 40s and 50s. The design of this house, it has a center section with the 2 wings to it. And it's a little unusual, I guess, in that the center section sticks out in the back and the wings are on either side. I drew up the existing house and the proposed addition on this, and then early on we went and met with Melissa about this. And I guess I was a little surprised that normally we're dealing with older houses where a lot of our neighborhoods, it's 50 by 150 lots and a house that's a box and it's 34 feet wide and it's pretty clear where you attach on the back corner. And so what I did in the proposed design that we had, and let me see, you said go back, Melissa? Yeah. I'm going to go to, I'll just go to this drawing here. This is probably the main one we need to talk about. So my proposal was the blue outline on the left side, and it does have a 1-foot inset and then steps back 3 feet before it steps out. And the staff had, in their recommendation and their findings, said that this house is appropriate for a side addition that's wider than the house, mainly due to the width of the lot. So we proposed that. I'll also note there is a little shed that exists on that corner now. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. It's a kind of crappy shed, and we're going to get rid of it, but there is something that's on that corner right now existing. And one of the things when we met with Melissa and we look at the recommendation on the right there, the way staff would like it, it leaves this kind of no man's land over there on the right that we could make a patio out of, but the house has a large rear yard. They have 3 children. They bought the house for that. They want to maintain as much of the yard as they can. So it really, it kind of frustrates them to have to attach to this other corner, end up with a piece of yard they won't use, and their backyard that they will use is reduced. So it's a lot about that efficiency there. Another point I want to bring up, there's a large magnolia tree, which you can see kind of in the top right of these 2 diagrams that they would like to keep. We're trying to design around that. If we push it back, we probably impact that tree more and have to cut it down. And the tree is probably, it may be as old as the house. It's probably close to 60 feet tall. I have a 30-year-old magnolia at my house, and it's about 30 feet tall. So it's an old tree. It's a great magnolia tree that they like in their backyard. So as I said, we think the guidelines are not completely clear about how you head onto a house like this, and that the footprint of this house is a little unusual for what we have in a lot of our conservation districts where we're doing additions to a house. As was shown in the drawing there, the view from the front will be basically the same whether the addition is attached where we'd like to do it or where historic would prefer that we put it. So all we do is by moving it back, we end up with this kind of no man's land in between. So our house has kind of a minimal impact on the massing of the house. In the side elevations, I'll go back to those. So on the 2 side elevations, we've got a fairly low slope roof that connects between the existing house and the proposed addition. There's a dormer there into the stairwell that we want to maintain. We are doing that. So from a side view, all we're doing is pushing the addition back. You still see about the same amount of the house. And that side view is actually very hard to even see right now. There's a little wall in the front that curves down. There's a wood fence. There's a couple of big trees. I don't even have a clear photograph of that because I tried to get a photo and you just can't get a good photo showing that side of the house at all right now. I'm about done here. So I guess to summarize this, we feel that where we want to put this is appropriate and does not deviate greatly from what the guidelines require. The street view and the limited views of the house, of the side of the home, will be almost identical whether it's located where we prefer it or where the Historic Commission would prefer it. As I said, houses with a footprint like this are not common in conservation districts, so we feel that this is, not necessarily a precedent that you're going to have very frequently. I tried to find other homes with this kind of footprint that had been through approval recently and was really unable to find anything just because there's not many neighborhoods with these kind of houses and these kind of lots and where similar conditions would apply. So based on those points, we respectfully ask for your consideration of the proposed design, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quirk.
Oh, let me add one other thing quickly. Just to go through the staff conditions. So we're debating condition 1 about wrapping the corner. The oval windows, we're happy to convert the oval windows to rectangular. I didn't say much about the awning on the outbuilding. We would like to have that. We understand that if we were to put columns instead of brackets and reduce the footprint, we could have that basic form there. So that's an option we may pursue, but would like to ask if we could have the awning as it's drawn. And then the other 4 conditions, we're happy to comply with those, the change in material and the staff approvals. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right. Open public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak? All right. We will close public hearing. Commissioners?
I'm struggling is maybe not the right word. I think depending on your perspective, parsing through item 1 or splitting the hairs of item 1 is really where we need to provide some guidance to the applicant and analyze staff's opinion of how that works. I was trying to think of put this in a maybe historic district or where is the quote unquote corner of the house? I think the staff's if you jewel the house and say we want this thing, you can tear the roof off the addition or you can pull the addition off and the historic home is preserved. The staff's analysis leans more towards that. I think having a distinct corner of the house, certainly it's not as if this is a little side dormer and that's where they're picking the back corner of the house is. That's not where the architect has picked the back corner. I mean, it is a corner of the house. It's just not the furthest back corner. And so I'm trying to figure out if this were in, say, Belmont Hillsborough and you were picking the back corner of the house, I'm trying to bring that same analysis to where is the back corner and how can compliance with that guideline be made. And I'm about 50-50 on this one, so I would welcome any other commissioner's analysis of looking at it in that way, or have you even considered it in that way? Do you completely agree with the staff's analysis?
No, I was kind of struggling with the same things because there's such a large step on that side, the side footprint of the house that then transitions back to the rear. So is that rear or is it side? And I see where staff's going with this. I'm very compelled by the case the architect has presented, and especially it's just the unusual form of the house. And we really try to protect the front and the sides because those are what we see and protect, and we usually, don't we don't protect the rear like we do the front and the sides. And given that what you're able to view and see, that other corner is tucked around the back. So to me, I consider that more the rear of the house. And so I see why the applicant came off of the corner where they did. And I'd like to hear from other commissioners too, but I am compelled by the design as the applicant has presented it. And also, this is not under our purview at all, but I appreciate that you're trying to save a large tree. We're having tons of the urban canopy being destroyed, and that's neither here nor there in this room, but I appreciate it.
Thank you, commissioners.
Living in this neighborhood and being familiar with the street, I tend to agree with the applicant as far as being able to pull off that corner. And I do think whether recessing it behind and pulling it back a bit does help me to say that corner is respected. And so I can understand why they don't want an unusable piece of yard in the corner there.
I agree with the former comments or previous comments. I'd be willing to make a motion now unless there's other questions. On 3923 Kempalong Avenue, I move for approval with staff recommendations with the exception of condition 1, and that the applicant's proposed plan for the rear corner be accepted.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Okay. Dr. Williams has seconded. All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Yes. Okay. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, we have 1500 Holly Street. This is an application for infill on a vacant lot where a historic house was destroyed by storms. We can talk about that more at the end if you guys would like. But that's what happened. And a daddy shows in the site plan, but it is not a part of the current application. The setbacks are appropriate and meet base zoning. There is room on the site for an outbuilding to be added later and to maintain the required 20 feet of distance from the primary structure. The design fits into the historic context in terms of height, width, massing, and scale. The applicant provided this streetscape and cross-section of the street showing how the proposed house fits into the context. The form of this infill reads like a historic house with a lower appropriately scaled addition. The side gabled roof form with dormers is appropriate to the overlay. Two small issues to note: the porch post should have a base and capital, and corner boards should be provided. Those are standard conditions. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of the proposal with the standard conditions regarding the floor height, materials, and utilities, and the conditions that a base and capital be added to the porch post and that corner boards be added. With these conditions, we find that the project meets sections 4 and 5 of the Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Design Guidelines. The applicant is here. Did you want to speak? They're happy.
Okay. Thanks, Jenny.
Any questions for me?
Commissioners? All right. Open public hearing. Close public hearing. Okay. And discussion or a motion?
I don't want to carry this out any longer. My computer died long ago, so I can't see what's the cladding on the, what's the proposed cladding on the project?
Let's see, I don't remember.
It's curious, the corner board comment, I want to.
So the primary cladding is 4-inch horizontal siding. There's secondary cladding that is a vertical siding.
Okay, so cement fiber siding, okay, understood. No further question.
Okay, that's okay.
It isn't, this lot does have an interesting history, as is in our packet. I hope it's a sturdy one, because I think it's on a ripe for storms block, as it seems, sadly, for both owners. Mark 2020 and now 2021, a new owner has taken, as it was detailed in our staff report.
Sure.
but I think Commissioner Stewart wanted to had a comment. With regard to 1500 Holly Street, I move for approval of this infill with all staff recommendations.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Any other comments or discussion before we make the motion to be approved? Okay. All those in favor of the motion? Aye. Right. Any opposed? All right. The motion passes. Thank you.
Next case, 1409 Gartland Avenue. This is an application to construct a rear addition to a historic house and to construct an outbuilding. The rear addition is at the first story, and staff finds it to meet the design guidelines. The proposal also includes an outbuilding. The new outbuilding will be a carport with a low-pitched roof. And it will be constructed with exposed steel framing, possibly with squared tube, steel tube, but that wasn't exactly clear, and with a metal roof. It will have an enclosed shed portion. The cement siding on that will be cement fiber, and it will have polycarbonate windows. The eave overhang on one side of the outbuilding extends more than 5 feet, whereas the guidelines limit eave overhang to 2 feet. The purpose of this guideline is to prevent a situation where someone meets the 750 square foot maximum requirement, but by extending the eave overhangs, effectively create a significantly larger area under the roof. The roof pitch, as I said, is low slope with 2.5 in 12 and section that's 3.5 in 12. But the guidelines say that the roof pitch should be at least 412. With the low pitch of the roof and the metal framing, staff finds that the building is similar to a type of metal carport structure that has not typically been approved. That's a rendering there. Staff recommends approval of the proposed addition and outbuilding with the following conditions: that the partial demolition of the structure is accomplished manually and with a demolition plan to be submitted, that the material of the rear porch columns and the window material on the rear, not the rear porch, the material of the rear porch columns on the addition and the window selections are approved prior to construction, that the outbuilding has a roof pitch of at least 412, that the outbuilding's eaves do not extend more than 2 feet, and that the outbuilding is constructed of compatible materials. Meeting those conditions, staff finds the outbuilding and addition meet the design guidelines for the Lockland Springs East End overlay. I think the applicant is here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Sean.
Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Lewis. I'm with Bootstrap Architecture and Construction, and I'm the project architect on the project. So items 1 and 2, I think, are pretty clear, and we didn't really have any need to discuss those. I think we're here mainly to talk about items 3, 4, and 5 of the outbuilding. And I'll just provide a little bit of background of what the client's goals were and how we came to the design that we have. The primary client goals were to create an outdoor space and a carport that they could access off the alley, but also an open space that would open up into their yard. They wanted to keep it low for a couple reasons: that when they're out in the space, it doesn't feel overwhelming. But then also just as being in the backyard with the addition that we're providing and keeping that 20-foot setback between addition and outbuilding, that we would, not build a large structure in the back that would kind of encase them. We're trying to keep it as low as possible. And then they wanted it to be a unique structure. They had a precedent image that they shared with us that was a really finely detailed, crafted piece of steel construction, not, and it probably wasn't clear in the renderings because it's at a schematic level, but this would be more of a custom piece of construction. We're looking at using some unique shapes in steel, not typical steel, rectangular shapes. So we're looking at trying to work with a structural engineer to detail it in a way that would be very interesting and clean. And we think because of the client's goals, some of the existing conditions on the existing house and some of the proposed design decisions we're making on the addition, and because of those building the relationships between the two buildings, that's how we got to our design. So in regards to item 3, which that the roof pitch be at least 4 and 12, and actually 3, 4, and 5, we were aware that there were these guidelines, but because of the goals and things like that, we're hoping to sort of make a compromise and treat it as to respect the house and some of the pre-existing conditions that were there and the addition that we're doing. That the existing house is a 6 and 12, and then at some point in its past, a 3 and 12 dormer was on the back side of it that covers the full width of the house, and that's on the second story. The proposed addition that we're doing is a 2 and 12, and that's primarily, we wanted to match the 3 and 12, but in order to preserve windows at the second story level of the dormer and to create enough head height at the far end of the addition. That you can see in this elevation that we had to compromise and go to a 2 and 12. And so on the outbuilding, we thought that, trying to tie just the elevation back to the existing structure a little bit and go with more of the, 2.5 to 3.5 in 12 slope, that also creates, it helps keep it low, which was one of the goals of the project. On item number 4, outbuilding extend more than 2 feet, and that was primarily on the side where we have a walkway that comes from the alley through, and it's a new wooden fence that we're building, and so they have a new door that comes through and is a walkway to their house, and so we took the opportunity to increase the eave length to cover that. Item number 5, constructed of compatible materials. Again, that was one of the things that we knew. We don't want it to look like a prefab carport. It won't be. We want it to look like a very unique steel structure and something durable. And in regards to that, the mass of the structure, it's an open carport, and so the solid volume, like Sean said, is going to be clad in fiber cement, which is what a lot of additions and it's going to be the material in the addition of this project. But the mass of the project are of approved materials. The roof will be metal, primarily because it will be durable in the low slope condition. And then the polycarbonate glazing, I think that we received a comment from Sean on that before, and I think we're fine transitioning those to actual, in-place windows rather than just a polycarbonate material. I think that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Open public hearing. Close public hearing. Commissioners?
I tend to support the staff recommendation on this. I think the outbuilding is a really cool building. It's just not it doesn't comply with the guidelines for this, for Lockland Springs East End. It would be really neat somewhere else, but the guidelines do clearly state what the roof pitch requirements are and eaves. So I think otherwise I like the addition. It's well scaled, nicely designed, but I do have to back up the staff recommendation on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I'd like to support that position. One of the things that we did was we did a full study of the outbuilding guidelines and received a lot of feedback that the community really wasn't interested in, some well-done, creative, contemporary structures. And they felt like they ought to be compatible with what was in the neighborhood and the historic context. So I'll go along with that.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair. Thank you. I agree with fellow commissioners. I do appreciate applicant explaining the reasoning, but it did not convince us why we have to violate our guideline. So I know Commissioner Mosley have some comments, so I will give it to Commissioner Mosley.
I may be the lone voice of dissent here. I think, what I appreciate is the simplicity, well, at least for me, perceived simplicity of the solution here, and that as a utilitarian piece, you just kind of strip down with structural pieces, more of an Eichler-esque building that I get, I guess, in trying to be unique, maybe it certainly gets outside of something that is easily approved. I have a soft spot for, attempts like this, and so with that said, I'll just sit over here in just a slight bit of dissent of roof slope that I think, an additional 1 in 12 over this short of a distance, I don't know that it will matter, and so I guess if it doesn't matter one way, it doesn't matter the other way. Perhaps that doesn't quite, make this attempt of design by committee where you get a taller roof and the thing starts to fall apart in terms of what the architect's trying to accomplish there. But I'm less worried about the roof slope, and certainly I think with the way they're putting this together, that it will definitely appear as utilitarian. Perhaps it might appear too utilitarian for the commission to approve. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Is there a motion?
On 1409 Gartland Avenue, I move for approval of the staff recommendation with all of the listed conditions.
Okay. Thank you. There is a motion. Is there a second? And there's a second. All right. All in favor of the motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay. I hear none. So we have approved the motion. Thank you.
Next application at 1501 Linden Avenue. The applicant proposes to demolish an existing outbuilding and construct a new outbuilding. The existing outbuilding is non-contributing. It's about 10 or 11 years old. So demolition of that meets the guidelines. The new outbuilding will be less than 1,000 square feet, which is permitted on this lot. And the setbacks, materials, window proportions are all appropriate. The primary roof form is cross-gabled. You'll see there's the applicants called it a clerestory tower or some type of, I called it a cupola atop the primary ridge or sort of an airplane dormer. This is not a typical feature of nearby outbuildings historically. Otherwise, staff recommends approval of the proposed outbuilding. And I didn't even mention the pool house, but it's a 200 square foot pool house. I'll start over. Staff recommends approval of the proposed outbuilding and pool house with the following conditions: that the tower or cupola element be eliminated, and that staff shall approve the window and door selections prior to purchase.
Thank you, Sean. Is the applicant here?
Hi. Caitlin Smouse, 912 Bailey Street. I'm the owner of 912 Architects and we're the architects for this project. I'm going to keep it short. So I just want to point out that the overall height is 25 feet. We are under, the max even with that cupola clear story element. The main ridge was brought down so that clear story would be at that height. We're not asking for any additional height. And while that cupola may not be typical for dadoos in this area, we felt that the commission made it clear with the consolidation that they were willing to approve atypical features on dadoos. I know this neighborhood did not opt into the consolidation, but the fact that cupolas were kind of included in that consideration were looked at as a feature that could be allowed on these to create variety between these. I think just kind of shows that it should be something that should be considered on this. My husband and partner is Martin Wick. He actually worked with Sean on this, and he was a stakeholder in the consolidation, and so he is very familiar with the discussion around these elements and why they were talked about and what the goal of those should be. So yeah, we feel that we're kind of within the guidelines, definitely within the guidelines. We're under the max height, and that this kind of just adds a feature in this that will be really nice when you're inside the space. So I'm here to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, open public hearing, close public hearing, and we have discussion. Hang in here, commissioners.
Well, I will.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that I agree with staff recommendations on this and that the cupola doesn't fit the form in the guidelines. And so unless there's any other discussion in regard to 1501 Linden Avenue, I would move for approval with all staff conditions.
There's a motion?
Second.
There's a second. All in favor of the motion? Aye. Okay. None opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this was brought up not by this applicant, but earlier while we're on the record, I guess, having it both ways, I guess, works both ways. We're not punitive in terms of whether the guidelines, the guidelines for any individual location are the guidelines for any individual location, and whether or not someone opted in or out. We can't cherry pick the guidelines between locations, and that's not specific to just this previous application, but to every application. It's not punitive. It just is what the guidelines are for, and they're applied to a particular address within a particular district,
Yeah.
for what it's worth. I just
It
wanted
is
to go on the
good
record
comment.
for that.
Yes, thank you.
All right. This case is 1702 Forest Avenue. The house at 1702 Forest is a circa 1918 contributing home in the Laughlin Springs East End Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. The property includes a non-historic outbuilding. The porch posts were replaced sometime prior to 1985, possibly in 1982, when a permit was issued for general repairs. A front dormer was removed sometime between 1986 and 2007. 1702 Forest Avenue has been largely neglected for a number of years. Because of this, the home has fallen into extreme disrepair, including years of accumulated animal urine and feces, structural deterioration, dilapidated walls, ceilings, and floors. Today, the applicant requests demolition of the contributing home and non-contributing outbuilding due to extreme disrepair, arguing for economic hardship. The applicant has provided 2 engineering reports. The reports state that the bearing walls and support systems of the home are almost all completely compromised, and that the support systems in place are failing, from wooden members down to the footings. Furthermore, they state that the structural systems of the home were not originally built properly and now have been further compromised by significant termite damage and years of rot. The structural system of the home is now damaged and rotten to the extent that it isn't feasible to repair.
Complete replacement of foundations is not unusual for a historic building. However, in this case, the report surmises that foundation replacement is likely not possible in a manner that preserves the historic framing due to its poor condition. Staff recently also visited the home, and their observations of the home agree with the analysis provided by both engineer reports. Staff finds that if both framing and foundation need to be replaced, there will not be much of the original home remaining to salvage, and therefore the resulting building will be non-contributing. Staff recommends approval of full demolition of all structures at 1702 Forest, finding that demolition meets sections 3B2B, as the necessary demolition required to repair the primary building will result in a non-contributing building, and the outbuilding is a non-contributing building, and the project meets section 3B2A, as repairs are not possible in a manner that retain the historic building. Also, please note that the Commission received letters of support for demolition from neighbors. Oh, and the applicant is here, I believe. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Joseph.
You're welcome.
Thank you for waiting,
Yes.
your patience.
I'm going to speak very fast, too, hopefully, to get you guys out of here.
You just take your time.
Okay. My name is Nicole Piersiak, and I am the very proud owner of 1702 Forest Avenue. I purchased it this past March after living across the street at 1701 Forest Avenue for the prior 8 years. I was able to sell my house in December with the main goal of downsizing, which I've been wanting to do for quite a few years. And especially after the pandemic, it was a even more important time to focus on downsizing. But also during the pandemic, I also got to look out my front window at this beautiful house, and I just saw the potential. And I've always lived in old houses, and I knew that a project like that would take a lot of passion and patience, and I felt like I would be able to do that. Now, I don't think I realized the patience that I'm going to need because I wasn't aware of the inside of the house. And so after I purchased it, when I finally was able to go into the house, the smell is amazing. That staff can tell you that it definitely has gone into disrepair that I don't think the previous owners were intentional, but unfortunately it still just, resulted in what it is today. So I still have dreams of having a beautiful house there. I love my neighbors. As soon as I let them know that I purchased the house, we kind of had a party of what we can do, and I'm back in the neighborhood, and that was one of the intentions that I wanted to do. I also wanted to simplify my life, but that actually hasn't happened with the purchase of this. But I do hope to downsize. I don't have exact plans of what to do on the property yet, just because I'm trying to take one step at a time. Not knowing construction myself, I started bringing in experts to give me guidance on what to do with this house. And my first contractor actually walked out and just laughed. Like, I don't think there were even words. And so as I brought in other contractors, somebody said, hey, why don't you bring in Smithke? And then Scott Morton, as past president of the Laughlin Springs Neighborhood Association, said he likes to keep houses intact and restore them at all costs, but he felt this one really, unfortunately, was a good application that should be submitted and considered. So with his help, we brought in structural engineers. You have the report. I'm not going to go over that, as that's been in front of you, and you've been able to see all that information. But I believe, as the staff report did say, I think repair at this point is just not possible. So, but I do have full intention to maintain my neighborhood status within Laughlin Springs, and hopefully bring something to that neighborhood that will, contribute. Well, it won't be a true definition contributing, but that will allow me to stay in that neighborhood and continue to support the neighborhood. So thank you, staff, for helping me through this process. It's been a learning experience for me, for sure. And I'm also here available and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I do have a question. So on the staff recommendation, it did say that there was a couple things that weren't provided. Did you happen to have the estimate of possible repair?
Yes.
Feasibility of?
Yes. So I asked a structural engineer and a general contractor to walk it together so they could talk and confer. And so the general contractor, and in that, said about $600,000. He was doing rough estimates. He said he could try to go through and itemize everything, but at that point, he couldn't even get, I guess, take back the wall and take, as the layers got peeled off, that he would just continue to add on like 20% here and 10% here. So he felt comfortable with a $600,000 starting point.
Which, the reason why we ask is because we asked, those questions from the 949 Russell Street. So
yes,
just to have some consistency on how we review these to be consistent for
I learned a
public
lot
hearing.
from that earlier.
Yeah.
So yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else for the moment? Okay. Thank you. Open public hearing. Close public hearing. Okay. Commissioners.
So for the clarification, I think I would like to ask our legal representative. So in order for us to consider this demolition, we could only consider Section 5B and 1.2. And so we don't have to consider economic hardship, correct?
This gives you the factors that you may consider, and it's up to you to determine whether they are important to the analysis or not.
Thank you. The reason I ask that question to the legal counsel is I have not seen enough evidence to go with economic hardship. However, based on the engineering report and all the report provided by staff, I have determined it will meet the demolition guideline, Section 5B2, and the building is, portion of the building has irretrievably lost its physical condition. So I think for that, I am comfortable with recommendation for a demolition in this case.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
I agree with Commissioner Johnson. This is also an interesting case. I don't think that we need to worry about economic hardship here. And this is maybe a question for staff. I understand this property is technically considered a contributing property, but it's lost. It was originally a very modest one-story, 1.5-story bungalow that's lost its character-defining front porch. It's been replaced, and the dormer. If I were doing a National Register survey of the neighborhood now, I would consider it a non-contributing property. Is that not something that you can change from the staff level, like contributing to non-contributing?
We can, but we do look at contributing and non-contributing a little bit differently than National Register.
Okay.
Because our goal is to really preserve the historic buildings. So where a change of a dormer would certainly not meet National Register, which is looking for the best of the best. We do look at that as contributing because we're just looking, is the majority of the original main form still there?
Okay. I think this is a very modest house that's seen a lot of changes. It doesn't have a lot of original physical integrity left. It's real similar. It was never architecturally a knockout, and it's similar to many or some other similar houses that we've seen in the past that we've approved. It's a totally different case from the earlier one in Russell that we denied demolition. So in this case, I support the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Price, thanks for pointing out those differences and certainly your opinion about its eligibility. That's helpful, I think, in determining this and certainly on the record creating the distinct differences that each property is considered on its own merits.
I agree with the fellow commissioners, and I'm sorry, Commissioner. And in that vein, I wish to make a motion to adopt the staff recommendations for 1702 1702 Forest Avenue.
Second that motion.
Okay. There's a first and a second. Is there any other discussion, comment? Okay. Thank you. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. None opposed, and the motion passes. Again, thank you for your time to wait.
Commissioner Price, I believe the National Register also considers interior alterations in contributing status, and historic zoning doesn't review interior work, so that's another difference.
Yeah, good point. Thank you.
All right, I'll present the next and final two together. They're very similar and just down the street from each other. So these are for 2224 and 2236 Lindell Avenue. Today's applications are to construct single-family infills on the now empty lots at 2224 and 2236 Lindell. The proposed infills will both be 1 1/2 stories and 26 feet tall from grade. Staff finds the two infill projects meet the design guidelines for height and scale, roof form, orientation, proportion and rhythm of openings, and appurtenances and utilities. Staff finds that the two infill projects will meet the design guidelines for setback and rhythm of spacing and materials, texture and details, and material color with the conditions listed below. Staff recommends approval of the project with the following conditions: alignment of the front setbacks of 2224 and 2236 Lindell. The new established setback of the two homes should be determined by the setback that is most common to the contributing buildings at 2308 through 2314 Lindell Avenue. And then along with all of the other standard conditions of staff reviews listed below, material reviews, etc. And I believe the applicant is here as well.
Thank you, Joseph.
If there's any questions.
Yes, an applicant, thank you for waiting.
I don't have anything to add. If y'all have any questions.
Since you're here, just let us, yes.
Roger Potter.
Okay.
And this is our project at 224 and 2236 Lindell Avenue. And I don't have anything to add. If y'all have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Okay. Thank you for being here.
We might offer a Kit Kat as a reward for sitting through for this long. It's a small...
All right. So we're going to open public hearing. Close public hearing. Okay, commissioners.
I'd just like to say these are nice, appropriately scaled, size, height, everything, infill projects for this neighborhood. So it's always good to see, and we like those. And so with that regard, for 2224 Lindell Avenue and 2236 Lindell Avenue, I move for approval with all staff recommendations.
Okay. We'll make one.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Vice Chair. Just one more thing I just noted in my notes is to be sure there's a 5-inch reveal. So I don't know that it was specifically, but just to be sure. Okay.
And I will second that motion with the comment that it is refreshing to see a single-family home well laid out, well designed, and we appreciate appropriate scale of the building for the site. So, thank you.
Okay, there's a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Is there any opposed? Okay, thank you. The motion passes. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience. Robin, I think we have 1 minute. Would you like a Kit Kat?
We have
Your
We do have
parting
one more
prize.
case. This one's a little different than the norm. This is for a tax abatement program. In accordance with state enabling legislation, Councilmember Syracuse and the Metro Historical Commission have initiated a project to incentivize long-term protection of historic properties with the creation of a Historic Property Improvement and Restoration Tax Abatement Program. The incentive itself will be voted on by council. Councilman Syracuse, though, requests that the commission determine how the program will be administered before council makes its final decision. That'll be August 3rd. The abatement will allow a property owner to freeze the building's value at pre-rehab rate for 10 years. The draft program you received lays out the eligibility requirements, the timeline for review, and the application and review process. Staff recommends approval of the administration proposal for the Historic Property Improvement Restoration Tax Abatement Program to go into effect on the date specified by Metro Council, if approved by Council.
Any questions to Robin?
Do we have that draft? Oh, I didn't see it.
It was in the packet. I think it's in the packet, right? Was it also online? Yep. Right. Well, we had enough to look at this. Good. I do have one thing to just ask the commission. So, because we're reviewing so many demos, and I noted on...
Do we need to approve that yet?
Oh, you need to approve it? Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Move approval as for the tax abatement as submitted.
Okay. There's a motion?
Second.
There's a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. The motion passes. Okay. Thank you, Robin, for that.
That's really great news, actually, for Nashville.
It's very, very good. Yes, it's long overdue. And we will thank Councilmember Syracuse to present that to the council.
There was one thing in there that I would like to mention too. 39 or so states have, and it was mentioned in the write-up for this, 39 states have a state historic tax credit and for preservation of historic structures and rehabilitation of the structures. We do not have one of those, but the General Assembly in April approved a state historic preservation grant program to be administered by Economic and Community Development. So that's the start of something that helps to encourage redevelopment of historic properties.
Why not the Tennessee Historical Commission? I wonder. Anyway.
If I may add, the bill specifically enlist us as a body to determine if the tax abatement is called for or appropriate. And I know we will have more added work for the staff and us, but I think it's a great cause, and I'm happy to take additional work for that great cause.
Thank you, Commissioner. So one more thing, just chair courtesy here. Just looking at how we have been reviewing demolitions. So just opinions. The way staff has been writing the recommendation, they've now added line by line, going through the requirements. How does that help? Is it a tool? How do you all comment about that? Is it helpful? Is it?
Could I jump in?
Yep.
I've sent you an email to see if you're available on August 4th, I think it is, to talk about those issues.
All right.
Yeah, I do have comments about that, especially when it comes to economic hardship. I would like it, the way it's set up now, we have different factors for considering, but there's no definition or even a approach of a definition of what actually economic hardship is. And we have investors coming and claiming that they have it without, in my opinion, there being a clear hurdle of what they're trying to get over. So that's what my comment was earlier, was I think we could use more conversation about that.
Yeah, very good.
Because it's not the first time either. The guy at 1501 Fatherland did the same thing, and he got away with it in the court. And it still grinds me that he did.
Right.
So
exactly. Okay, so Robin, you'd like to hold on that conversation until our noticed meeting then. Okay, that will be noticed. Okay.
August Saturday?
It's the second.
4th is a Saturday?
I think she sent us an invite.
It's the 4th.
Just at 5:16 p.m.
Okay.
On the 4th at noon. I'm just checking to see if there's availability.
Saturday at noon?
I think it was a Wednesday.
Okay, let's look. August 4th is a Wednesday. Okay, are we good? Any other commissioners?
I did have a question. We may have discussed this before. In the interest of rule followers maybe being ahead of rule breakers, is there a way to move violators to the end of the meeting?
There's always the concern that we may lose quorum, and if that should happen, that's a good projects would be automatically approved. So we've always put the more complicated projects at the beginning.
I'm satisfied with that.
We have all the commissioners here.
Yes, bravo.
That's great. What meeting is on the 3rd?
We don't have one on the 3rd.
We're not sure yet. I know you've gotten multiple emails for multiple meetings. We're just trying to get some things figured out, and so the 4th is also tentative. We're just checking to see if your availability.
Okay.
Sorry, I have one more thing. Violations. I've seen 2 recently that we disapproved years ago, and they're still there. One was in our meeting last month, which was the outbuilding that we told the guy to fix and he never did, and it got in under the new guidelines. Jamie Holland was here representing it. Anyway, also there's one on 2nd Avenue, a rooftop addition that we told the owners, I think at least 2 years ago. It's still there. So I don't know, it's a big conversation maybe that needs to happen. We don't need to do it now, but something.
2nd Avenue's in court, so that just takes time.
Okay.
And if we're talking about violations, Old Red has red lights all over its building. And so,
another one.
And so what happens there?
Yeah, I mean, if there's no enforcement.
We'll add that to our list, thank you.
I'm sorry? What?
We will add that to our lengthy list, thank you. I didn't know. They had taken them down, and I guess they put them back up again.
And nudies is all lit in yellow. There's lots of new lights on top of buildings on Broadway. And
We're doing the best we can.
How is the Rocket Fizz building coming along?
It's coming along.
He's working on it?
Yes.
Speaking of additions that I'm not fond of.
Are we still being recorded?
Yeah, I think we should probably talk about these discussions in a noticed public hearing.
I thought as long as we were in a commission meeting. we could talk.
But those particular issues haven't been noticed, and they may come before you.
Sorry.
Here we go. Well, we learn, right? Okay, I think we should adjourn, right? Everybody good? All right, thank you. It's now 6:55.
Wow, this is the longest one I've ever done.
Yes. If I'm still here, thank you.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.